This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Kaur. The airman who died in an on-duty incident with a gun Sunday at F.E. Warren Air Force Base in Cheyenne has been identified as a 21-year-old from Kentucky. 21-year-old Braden Loven was a defender assigned to the 90th Security Forces Squadron, 90th Security Forces Group. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the Air Force wing overseeing the base confirmed that the man's death involved a gunshot.
Earlier this week, they were like, an airman died. It's a tragedy. And then Thursday, they were like, okay, it was this 21-year-old from Kentucky. We are now publicly acknowledging that this had to do with a gunshot. And it was at this time that division of the Air Force that oversees the bases said, yeah, we are grounding this particular gun, the M18, and using a rifle of all things in its place until we know what to do.
Loven entered active duty in November of 2023, and F.E. Warren Air Force Base was his first assignment. 25 years ago, legendary Wyoming spaghetti westerner Gap Pucci befriended two nuns after they walked in sandals with no socks and knee-deep snow to see his collection of lighted crosses. Now the nuns say they'll buy Pucci's estate, promising it won't be cleared to make way for any luxury mansions. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean spoke to Mother Marie Wendy McMenemy and Sister Mary Augustine, who said their decision to buy the estate through their foundation came after months of prayer and reflection.
Gap Pucci, he was a very religious man. He wore his faith on his sleeve, and he was a Catholic. He met McEnemy 25 years ago. Much tamer story than some of his stories, like, the time the horse ran him off a cliff and they plunged down into an icy river below, or the time he fought off bears. Those are the kind of stories that are in his books. Just a wonderful, beautiful little friendship. And now, who knows what's going to happen here, but I bet it's going to be equally beautiful and wonderful.
In the end, the nuns' decision came down to the sense that the world would lose something special if bulldozers came for Pucci's historic cabin and replaced it with a mansion. A 50-year-old woman working at a Casper nursing care facility is accused of tying a resident's head to a bed to keep her from moving overnight. Court records show an arrest warrant has been issued for Julie Ann Cross on charges of abuse of a vulnerable adult and false imprisonment. Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck reports that the incident took place in the early morning hours of July 14th at the Now Cap Services facility.
That was found by coworkers that came in the morning, and they were trying to turn this resident over, and they couldn't do it. And then they looked and saw that her hair had been tied to the bed with a scarf. She told an officer, according to court documents, that she tied up her hair in a scarf, but it wasn't tied to the bed, but that the patient probably was just throwing her head back and forth and somehow it got tied to the bed.
The intentional abuse, neglect, or abandonment of a vulnerable adult is a felony that carries a penalty of up to 10 years in prison and a $10,000 fine. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Find expert vascular care right here in Wyoming. Wyoming Interventional and Vascular Associates, or WIVA, is a division of Casper Medical Imaging and is home to experienced subspecialized physicians and physician assistants who provide comprehensive services to treat vascular disease. From PAD and AAA to venous disease, WIVA offers tailored solutions to get you back to enjoying the things you love. Schedule a consultation with WIVA today at caspermedicalimaging.net/WIVA or by calling 307-577-1003.
Well, there's nothing like the dusty atmosphere of a summer rodeo. Historically, though, that hasn't been the atmosphere at Cheyenne Frontier Days. As thousands of people filled the stands at Frontier Park on Wednesday, Mother Nature decided to celebrate with more than an inch of rain. And Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that the last week of July is notoriously stormy in southeast Wyoming.
Cheyenne Frontier Days has been held the last week of July since 1897, but they probably didn't consult any meteorologists on that, even if that information was available at the time, because that is one of the wettest weeks of the summer for Cheyenne. But the daddy of them all has been going for this long, and it hasn't been stopped by any kind of thunderstorms or weather or flash floods. So I imagine it's sacrilegious to change it at this point.
So when Cheyenne residents are selecting their favorite hats, buckles, and boots to wear to Cheyenne Frontier Days, they should also pair the perfect poncho to complement their ensemble. If history's any guide, they're going to need it. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Corr for Cowboy State Daily.
Hey, good morning. Welcome to Cowboy State Daily Radio on a Saturday. John Baggett is your host. That's me. My friends call me Bags, so you can too. It's 6:05 here in the Rocky Mountain West. Got a great show lined up for you. We're all over the world again. We're going to be going to The Hague, the Netherlands here in just a moment. First, let me give you a little weather forecast. A mix of sun, increasing clouds. Patchy smoke. Got a little bit of that moving into the state here from other places. Chances for afternoon rain here in Wyoming. And we do have a fire weather watch, primarily in the south central part of the state, where Baggs, Wyoming is. And it'll be breezy in some areas, of course, and highs near 85 to 90 degrees. Lows tonight in the 40s and low 60s. A quick glance around the state here, weather-wise, right here in Sheridan, Wyoming, the base of the Bighorns. Clear skies, 56 degrees. Over in Gillette, it's 55 and clear. Torrington, good morning, 60 degrees already there. Jackson, Wyoming, 39 degrees, always cooler, a little higher up in the elevation. And Chugwater, it's 64 degrees. And I usually mention Baggs, Wyoming, for obvious reason. It's 43 degrees, clear skies there. Cheyenne, our capital here in the Cowboy State. You knew that, right, Sophie? She's in the Zoom room waiting for me. 58 degrees in Cheyenne, clear skies. So a little breezy today in some places, but it's going to get warm up close to 90 degrees. Okay, I'm going to transition right now into the Zoom room. And we're going to head across the pond a little bit and say hello and good morning to you, Sophie Rose. Welcome to Cowboy State Daily Radio.
Hi there. Good morning.
Good morning. It's good to see your face, too, here in the Zoom room. For those of you that are just listening but not watching, keep in mind that we do archive every one of our shows. So whenever I reference something visual, you can go back to the archives at cowboystatedaily.com and check it out. So it's good to see you. Thank you very much for not getting up early for me. 2:00 in the afternoon, isn't it, there in The Hague, the Netherlands?
Yep. Yeah, I got to sleep in today.
Yeah. So I have this little system here, Sophie, with how I program my early hours on a Saturday, because a lot of folks, Bags, don't bug me. It's Saturday. So maybe I'll do your 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock hour. But so I try to talk to folks either on the East Coast and or overseas. Pretty clever, huh? Don't you think?
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Well, full disclosure, among other things, Sophie Rose is a historian, author, a postdoctoral researcher, and my daughter-in-law.
That's right.
And she's married to my son, Alex, my youngest son, Alex, and they live in The Hague.
Mm-hmm.
Say it how you guys say it. It's a little different.
Den Haag.
Den Haag.
Yeah. Oh, you got the G down.
Yeah. Well, after listening to you and your family for a little while, and picking it up. Anyway, Sophie, thank you very much for joining me, because you and I have spoken about this before, about the Dutch, mm-hmm. and how integrated we are with them, with our histories. And with knowing you were going to be on the show, did a little research. Yeah, you might have to correct me, but immigration to the United States began, 1613, and they've established New Amsterdam, which is New York City now, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
They established a whole colony basically on the East Coast that they called New Netherlands, with kind of the main city being New Amsterdam. But there's actually still a bunch of place names in that area that come from Dutch, like Haarlem is a Dutch town. Flushing comes from Vlissingen. There's quite a few. Coney Island was originally Konijnen Island, which means Rabbit Island, because apparently there are a bunch of bunnies there.
I thought it was a hot dog. Coney Island dog. Never mind. I'm trying to be funny and silly. But let's back up a little bit and get a little background on you. I kind of know, but my audience, again, thanks for tuning in, everybody, here to Cowboy State Daily Radio. Sophie Rose, historian, and also Dr. Sophie Rose, relatively
unless there's a medical emergency, then don't come to me. Not that kind of doctor,
but a PhD in history, specifically which category?
Dutch colonial history. And I'm a little bit of a legal historian, a little bit of a social historian. So that means that I look a lot at kind of laws and the use of law, so people in court, but also kind of how we can use it kind of to get a sense of how people actually lived in that time. Just regular people from all walks of life, basically.
Understood. And tell me a little bit about your family, and then we'll get to how we know each other. But tell us a little bit about the Rose family. And it's quite interesting and quite unique, the family business that you guys have been in up until fairly recently. But please do describe your family.
So one half, my mom's side of the family is Dutch. Actually, date back to The Hague many centuries ago. They were vegetable merchants.
Vegetable merchants.
Yeah.
I could have fun with that.
Yeah,
I could.
And my dad's side is German, actually. So they came from East Germany, from a town called Ilmenau, and they were originally glass blowers. Who then later kind of expanded that into making barometers. Actually, I have one right here. I can show you. Oh,
cool. I have actually been to that shop where those were made, and I was able to be in the room while the gentleman, can't remember his name, was making barometers.
Yeah, they're really neat contraptions. Basically, they can last for centuries. They're very durable. They use mercury to basically measure the air pressure, and that will tell you what the weather is going to be.
Right.
So, I might give you some competition, John, because we might not have to tune into the radio anymore to...
Well, it's interesting, which is, you mentioned the mercury is one of the reasons why we don't have one.
Yeah.
Because we were there, we shopped, and everybody, and then when you try to figure out how you get mercury sent across.
There's very strict regulations about it, with good reason. Of course, you don't want that to break and to end up all over everything, because it's pretty tough.
And they are quite delicate, intricate pieces of equipment too. So anyway, they're beautiful. They're very much, artisans, really, the way they are. Some of them are artwork, and we've seen them on display. So that's the kind of the family business. Unfortunately, your father passed away a few years ago, but that was his business, and he did that in Schiedam. That's where the factory was, correct?
Schiedam, yes. Yeah, so the family moved from Germany to the Netherlands in the 1950s, and started their workshop there basically. And then so my dad took it over from his dad, who had taken it over from his dad. So but yeah, it's kind of a dying art. It's there's not a lot of people who have those kind of glass blowing skills to make those specific coils and intricacies. So yeah, soon there may not be a lot of barometer makers left.
No, it's quite unique and amazing. And as I mentioned, it is really artwork too, the way they look when they hang on the walls. Okay, let's figure out why I have to call you doctor now. Well, and again, I should mention that I'm silly and maybe sounds a little bit disrespectful to Dr. Sophie Rose because she is my daughter-in-law. She's married to my son, Alex. How long have you been married now?
4 years.
4 years here, and I'm gonna pop up. There they are. You can't see it, but I can, and I got to pick the pictures in the order that I wanted to to show. It's Alexander Douglas and Sophie Rose, Dr. Sophie Rose. And,
Alex loves insisting on that.
Yeah, I bet. And I know for sure because we've spoken behind your back about how proud he is of you. So that's just obvious. So, and I wanted to get there a little bit too about what it's like to be married to an American and to have an American living in Holland. I mean, I've gotten it from his perspective on a few occasions because I'm very curious about that. With the language and some of those things. And we've traveled to Holland a couple times now, with plans on going back very soon. And I'll mention something about that too. But so how did you get, because it was your education that got you to America, that got you to Chicago, that got you to where my son was going to college. And so that's how it went. So you're educated, starting with what school is like a little bit in the Netherlands. Is it similar? Yeah. Is it similar to the way our structure is here in the USA, at least public schools?
It's a bit different. We don't have middle school. We just go straight from primary school to secondary school at the age of 12, generally. And there's also kind of different streams. You kind of split up when you're 12. You have to take like a test, and there's also your teacher weighs in. And that determines kind of like what kind of schooling you go into. If it's like pre-university education, which is like very like theoretical, a lot of languages, or like the more like practical education that prepares you for specific parts of the labor market. Construction or nursing or something like that. And kind of an in-between one as well. So it's either 4 years, 5 years, or 6 years, basically. So I did the longest one, the pre-university one. So I was in school until I was 18 and you go to university.
And so your secondary school is what you call it. Now, what made you decide on going? You went to University of Chicago, correct? That was
I did, yeah, for my master's. So first I did my bachelor's in Amsterdam, and then I'd always wanted to study abroad, and especially in the US. It seemed really, really fun. And I was initially thinking about doing a PhD in the United States, and I went into it completely unprepared, really not understanding like how difficult that is, and you have to like build connections with professors, and I had no idea, so I just sent in a bunch of applications. Didn't get into any of the PhDs, but then University of Chicago offered me a master's program for 1 year that you can then kind of like you can use it to later do a PhD. So I did that, and went to Chicago, had a great time. And around the time that I was graduating and was planning to stay another year to work, that's when I met Alex. We went on our first date 2016.
2016.
Dated for a year. And then I somehow convinced him to move to the Netherlands with me.
Yes. Yes.
Because I was like, do I want to do a PhD in the US or in the Netherlands? And in the US, it's very long. It takes like 7 or 8 years. And I mean, I'm a nerd, but even I thought, wow, that's a lot of time to still be in school. And in the Netherlands, it's 4 years. So it's a lot more efficient, basically.
So Alex was at Loyola University in Chicago, but that downtown area has like 4 different, downtown Chicago has like 4 different universities all there. It's very, very active and eclectic, and you've got from every end of the spectrum, education-wise, young people there. It was very interesting when we'd come visit. And I remember one of the pictures I saw of you that you sent when we first met, when he introduced us to you. That's what your hair was very short.
My pixie cut,
I remember, I was like, wow, do you remember when she had short hair? Anyway, as I get off, well, what I'm going to do a commercial break. We have 2 in the hour. And when we get back, I want to talk about moving back to the Netherlands and what you're doing. And then we'll talk a little bit about your professional life now and what you're doing. You've written a book, and I'm not sure I have a picture of it. Is this one of your papers, or is this the book cover?
That's the book. Yeah. This is fresh off the press because I just got the.
Well, I don't have the signed version yet. You know, they do have FedEx over there, I think. Just saying. All right. So, when we get back, let's talk about that, because I and you have this connection with history. Of course, mine is centered around American history, but I branch out as the English get involved, the French, the Spanish, the Dutch. They've all been here doing their part. So that's why when Alex told me that was the the academic avenue you were taking, I was like, oh, plenty to talk about with my daughter-in-law, Dr. Sophie Rose, here with us talking about history when we get back. And it is 6:21. John Baggett, and I go by Bags on the radio here. Sophie, I don't know if you knew that. Your buddy Bags.
I gathered, yeah.
Yeah, that's Alex. Probably you don't hear that much there, but most of us Baggetts are Bags to somebody. So anyway, I will be back with Dr. Sophie Rose here on Cowboy State Daily Radio. Stay tuned.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Gracie and Pedro might not get along so well.
They're standing on my tail.
But there's one thing they agree on. There's a right seat for everyone.
Oh, that's the good stuff.
Whether you're a dog,
Hold on, Pooch.
a cat, a fish, or a rat.
And I'm a ferret.
Be sure to travel safe.
How can you be so sure?
I'm absolutely positive.
On your next adventure, make sure your children are in the right seat for their age and size. Get it right at nhtsa.gov/the-right-seat.
So I wanted to talk with you and your mom today, Lily, because some people at school have noticed changes going on with you, and we're concerned.
Like what? Who?
Some of your friends, teachers, it sounds like you've lost interest in a lot of things lately. You're hanging with new friends?
So?
So, individually, maybe those things are no big deal. But taken together, and then the incident the other day, you were with Derek when he was caught selling marijuana.
Yeah, he was selling it.
Honey, we know. But we care about you and want to know what's going on.
That's right. We just want to understand better and see how we might help. And if weed is a part of it, we just want to make sure you understand the negative consequences for someone your age. The physical and mental health effects, the poor decision making, and the confusing legal aspects these days. So what do you say? Can we talk?
For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
Come on! Go, Diane! Yeah, keep it going! Yeah! Go, honey!
If you love them enough to drive an hour to cheer them on as they get beat 11-0 in the rain, then surely you'll check nhtsa.gov/the-right seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Throw that ball, Diane! Woo! You got this!
Sophie, I picked a little cowboy western music for our bumper music right here because your family, I don't know if you've done it, but I know your family has. Lindy Los, if you're listening, she calls where we live here in Wyoming Cowboy Land.
She does, yeah.
Cowboy Land. We've talked about them coming to visit. We would just be over the moon, loving to show and be with them and to share our experience over here. I should mention that when we went over the last time, your mom, she set up a canal tour for us. So one of my fondest memories, and I believe, hang on here, in the Zoom room. Again, folks, if I put up an image here online in the streaming that you can't see, I apologize for that, because we do have, we're multimedia, Sophie. We stream. We're on our website. A lot of people listen to us at cowboystatedaily.com. Then we're also on YouTube. We're also on Facebook Live and X Live. But we're broadcasting on at least 3 stations right now, and possibly a 4th today that I don't know for sure. Sundance maybe coming to join our network. So then we have Cheyenne, Torrington, and Jackson, Wyoming, broadcasting. So it's all the above, and up until, I don't know, when we started broadcasting, it would have been okay had I dropped an accidental expletive on the air, because streaming isn't as regulated as transmitter broadcasting is. And so that's over with. But okay, I get off on tangents, as you can tell. But before we went to the break, I said we were talking about your professional life, but I skipped over a piece, and that is, so you got your master's in Chicago, and then you went back to the Netherlands for your PhD. Where did you go to school there?
I went to Leiden University, which is close to The Hague, basically between The Hague and Amsterdam. And yeah, like one of the oldest universities in the country, basically. And a great place for history.
You bet. Okay, so, and you get your PhD. We're very, very proud of you. And we realize, that at this point, you're going to have to probably utilize that in some way, shape, or form.
Hopefully, yeah.
Yes, hopefully, and thankfully you have. So, what are you doing now as a doctor of history there in the Netherlands?
So I'm doing what is called a postdoctoral fellowship. So that's basically after you obtain your doctorate, you're an independent researcher. And you can either basically go into teaching or you can go into research. So that's what I'm doing right now. Of course, in the future, I'd also like to teach again. But now I'm just like 100% focused on research. So I'm part of this big research project that is in Germany, actually, in Tübingen, so kind of in the south of Germany. Really lovely old little town. A bit far away for my liking, but yeah. When you say a long story how I ended up there.
Yeah, when you say far away, first of all, just the travel by train there, we love it, and it really does take some of the pressure off with, driving in traffic or something like that in your commute. So when you say it's a little far away for you, what do you mean if you can go with miles, we'd appreciate it.
Miles, I have absolutely no idea, but I can tell you in hours. It takes me about 8 hours to get there, so it's definitely not a daily commute.
Oh, I see.
Maybe for Wyoming standards, it's not too far, right? It's like, it's just the next state over.
It is. It's, to get from here to Denver, it's about
7
hours. So we get it.
Yeah.
We just don't have a train that you can take a nap on to get there, which I think is unfortunate. Really, when you travel in Europe, you come to appreciate that kind of mass travel. And again, it takes the pressure off. Of course, you guys drive on the same side of the road as we do, so
we do.
So bad.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a bit of a love-hate relationship, especially with the trains in Germany, because this was kind of a rude awakening for me. You think like, Germany is so efficient. I bet they have like their trains that are on time on the dot. But that was really not the case. It can get quite chaotic.
Yeah, there's plenty of transportation problems around here. That's for dang sure. Okay, so you're again, describe what you're doing. And I'm a postdoctoral researcher. Part of this, a big kind of collaborative research project with a bunch of researchers kind of from different disciplines. So I'm doing history, and I'm doing a project right now on the Caribbean in the age of revolution. So of course we know the American Revolution that happened in the 18th century. And that was kind of just the beginning. 250 years ago, coming up here.
Right, congratulations. Happy birthday.
That's why it was New Amsterdam, relative to the ancientness of Old Amsterdam. Go ahead.
Yeah. So I'm looking at a bit like the period afterwards, like towards the 1790s, when of course there's the French Revolution, and then there's Napoleon. In Haiti, there's a huge revolution that has a big impact on the rest of the region of the Caribbean. I'm looking at the Dutch Caribbean, so places you might have heard of Curacao and Aruba, St. Martin. The beach lovers will recognize these places.
The Dutch knew where to go. They went to and they colonized some pretty cool places, and have kept the relationship with them. But most of those are independent countries now.
Yeah, they are. And in part that also kind of started happening in this period that I'm looking at. You have like all kinds of independence movements and like ideas about democracy. But of course, it's also very much a society based on slavery, right? A lot of these islands were kind of hubs of the slave trade.
Right.
So there's a lot of kind of political tensions around that as well. So there's just, a lot happening in that period, basically. Also, a lot of people moving around. So I'm looking at kind of how these Dutch colonial authorities dealt with that, basically, how they responded to this moment of crisis and revolution and war.
Well, and there, as you know, there's so much talk about it. I don't do a lot of a political chat on my show. It's Saturday, and our Cowboy State Daily and other news sources have been talking politics all week. So I generally don't get into that, but in the sense that historically, with the slave trade, everybody was involved at one time, and it was just a matter of when. I think England did it first, outlawed the slave trade, and I don't know if the French were next, and then we finally get there, during the Civil War in the mid 1800s. But it is the case, and there are places you can go in places like Aruba and other places in the Caribbean where you can actually see where, human trade was going on. It's almost surreal to think that is part of our human history.
Yeah, and especially because there's such beautiful places, and it's such a contrast of this very violent history and these also like very vibrant cultures that exist there today.
Tell me about your book. I told people when I was promoting the show this morning that we were going to get very cerebral. It's a step up from your buddy Bag's show because having a doctor of history on here with us. So tell us about your book. I'm going to bring up an image here. Go ahead.
Yeah, so it's coming out in November, fingers crossed if all goes well. And it's quite a mouthful. I have to practice the title myself.
That's why I let you do it.
I believe, if I remember correctly, I changed it a bunch of times. But it's called Intimacy and Social Order/Disorder in Dutch Colonial Expansion. So regulating sex, marriage, and family life. So it looks at kind of the 17th and 18th century. So kind of this period. Of like early colonization also in America, right? When kind of the first settlers started arriving. Of course, European empires started kind of expanding all over the globe to the Americas and also across the Horn of Africa towards Asia. So the Dutch especially were very active in Southeast Asia and in Indonesia. And they did this through these trade companies. So you might have heard of the Dutch East India Company. There was also a Dutch West India Company. So there were these massive corporations, basically. Sometimes people call them like the first multinationals. They were really, you can compare them to like what Amazon is today or Google in terms of like
the Dutch really did revolutionize world trade.
Yeah. And they were publicly traded, so you could buy a share in it as well. So you had stockholders that were kind of taking part in this, basically. But of course, they weren't just companies the way we know them today. They were also acting like states, basically. So they were building an empire and trying to establish power in various places. They had armies, they had courts, they had governors, all of that. And I look at, in my book, a lot of these different places for the Dutch case. So I look at Suriname and Curacao in the kind of the Caribbean, South American region. I look at Elmina, which is in Ghana in West Africa, at southern India, Cochin, and at Batavia, which is now Jakarta in Indonesia. And what I want to know is just like not just how, the trade aspect worked and the kind of, the general like economic and politics that we often think about with this, but also what was it actually like living there for different kinds of people and also for women specifically, because I look at marriage and family life. So of course you have all these different people of different backgrounds coming together, right? You have Christians kind of moving to places that are either Hindu or Buddhist or Muslim. So they don't get married that easily, right? Back then you couldn't just marry someone of a different faith. That was like a big taboo.
No, back in the day, still a little bit, awkward at times in people's opinions, but back then it really was taboo.
Yeah, I mean, religion was everything, right? That was like who you were, who you belonged to, how people really identified themselves, basically. But of course, people are people, and they still form relationships. They get to know each other.
That must be where because I was going to ask where the intimacy part of it comes in, and I love your play on words here. Intimacy and social order, but it goes with dis in parentheses in front of it. Obviously, the world is in then and now disorder.
Yeah, because of course, like these trade companies, they had their own idea of like how these societies should look, right? Like everything is orderly, everybody follows the rules. All of our soldiers, they stay in their quarters and nothing happens, but that's not how reality works. It tends to get a lot messier. So yeah, what happens when things get messy? That's what I look at. So I look at a lot of court cases again. That's often where you find the really juicy details. Of course, if you're suing someone.
Yeah, the archives of a court case would be where to look. You're absolutely right.
Exactly. Yeah, you bring in witnesses. Like, oh, this person didn't pay for the wedding, and he promised that he would, or my wife cheated on me and she ran off with somebody to the woods. So a lot of very dramatic stories, basically, that also really tell you a lot about what life was actually like, that you don't really get from like kind of the traditional records of like, oh, we bought 300 pounds of pepper and then we shipped it back, and being like, okay, but like what was actually happening?
Yeah, a little testimony would help. Okay, 6:40 here on Cowboy State Daily Radio with your buddy Bags and his daughter-in-law, Dr. Sophie Rose. My son Alexander's wife is with us live from The Hague, the Netherlands, and she is a PhD in history. I say Dutch history, but primarily that's where you're focused. And the name of the book is, one more time, and when does it come out?
Intimacy and Social Disorder in Dutch Colonial Expansion. Comes out November this year.
All right. Okay, when we get back, we're really going to switch gears here, Professor. I want to know what it's like being married to an American like Alex. There's Americans and then there's Americans. And, he is something else. Actor, comedian, teacher, teaches theater. He has his own theater. I'm really curious as to, from your perspective, what it's like to have brought an American over there. You guys live and have a life, and I'm just curious from your perspective what that's like. So when we get back, we'll talk about it with Dr. Sophie Rose here on Cowboy State Daily Radio. We'll be back. Stay tuned.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
Wyoming is a big state. There are so many stories to tell, and here at Cowboy State Daily, we pride ourselves in bringing those stories to you every day. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the experienced journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
In today's digital world, it's hard to know who to trust. Your local TV and radio stations bring you the facts. Misinformation and deep fakes flood social media, but broadcasters deliver verified and accurate news. For news, emergency updates, sports, and entertainment, turn to your local stations. Text TV to 52886 and urge Congress to support the vital local journalism broadcasters provide.
Emma, did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
breathe. Love what you do and you've already won, my parents used to say. My parents whose smiles were my first finish line, who championed respect, whose resilience built mine. Even more than I wanted a gold medal, I wanted a heart of gold, like the mentors who were my balance beams, refusing to let me down, and the coaches who spoke out to anything out of bounds, heroes who never stood on podiums, but stood up for me. Every shot I made, give the assist to those who since my youth were referees, ready to blow the whistle and end abuse.
Hey, welcome back to Cowboy State Daily Radio. Your buddy Bags. 6:45 here in the Rocky Mountain West. It's 2:45 in the afternoon in the Netherlands, where our guest is. Quick look at the weather here before we get back to talk to Dr. Sophie Rose. Isolated strong to severe thunderstorms possible this afternoon, especially east of Cheyenne to Lusk in that area. Drier and hotter weather will prevail through Monday. Before showers and thunderstorms increase in coverage on Tuesday through Thursday. Sophie, it's been a pretty wet late winter, spring, and early summer so far. It really has been relative to last year, as you recall, very dry.
Yeah, so Wyoming's looking green.
Yeah, very green.
That's good.
Greener this late in the season. Well, I should say here in Bighorn Mountain Country of north central Wyoming, there are areas in the south central that have elevated fire dangers because it's a lot drier south. But here, the northern third of the state, we've been getting pretty consistent storms coming through. Just the way the routes the storms are taking, we're getting the brunt of that. So my lawn looks spectacular is really what I'm trying to get around to bragging about.
And I'm sure it's a relief after the big fire from last year. That's probably not.
It really is. And it's still a topic of conversation. I was just talking with the bartender at the Crazy Woman Saloon last week, or this week, earlier this week, about that and how it's impacted. She's in Dayton, Wyoming, which is right at the base. You know, when you go up 14 on your way, if you're taking Highway 14 over the Bighorns towards Grable and Cody and then Yellowstone, you go through Dayton. And for a while, Dayton, Wyoming was in the bullseye of that fire, and they really had to put up a fight to keep the town from going up in smoke. But anyway, here in Sheridan right now it's 56 degrees and sunny skies. So, all right. So before we get into talking about Alex's experience, so how is, because you've spent significant time here in the United States, and my listeners can tell because you speak excellent English, American even, because you get some of our isms, but you speak obviously, and since we've known you, so before you came into our lives, you were already speaking very good English. But how is life different, Europe versus the USA?
It's quite different, I think. I mean, of course, it also depends really where you live. Like the U.S. is a big place. Imagine that Chicago, where I lived, is quite different from Wyoming or other places in the U.S. But I think one big difference is just getting around and how close everything is, especially if you live in a city in Europe where, you know, everything is either in walking distance or in cycling distance. We cycle a lot here in the Netherlands because, it's very flat as well, so it's pretty easy. Often it's actually faster than taking a car for short distances or take public transit. So I think that's a very different life. Like I almost never drive, basically. It's a whole big event if I get in the car. It's like, we're going somewhere.
Yeah.
You know? I think that's a big difference. Of course, the people and the culture, there's differences. Americans are just so friendly. That's something that I had to get used to kind of when I moved there. I was almost taken aback, like, strangers who come up to you and compliment your haircut or your coat or something. I was just like, oh, that's so nice. That would never happen in the Netherlands, like people stick to themselves a lot more. So yeah, I really enjoyed that.
I think your family.
Also, yeah, obviously, because I married a very chatty American.
You did? Huh, wonder where he gets that. But your family kind of bucks that stereotype. Very outgoing. Yeah. Your mother, she plays the ukulele. Though her English is almost as bad as my Dutch.
Yeah, I tried to teach her some American phrases, like she really got a kick out of "It's not my first rodeo."
Yeah,
she says that a lot now.
Well,
it's not my first rodeo.
I remember when it was your first rodeo, and you said, "Now I can say this with legitimacy. This ain't my first rodeo." You got to throw the "ain't" in there if you really want to. Americanize it. But so all right, so yeah, I could see that. I mean, I agree with you. I've got an image of Queen's Day. For my listeners again, check out the archives if you want to see an image. Queen's Day, everybody's wearing orange, which is what's the orange connection again? Why is Holland and
the House of Orange is the royal family. So yeah, we used to have a queen, now we have a king, so now it's King's Day.
Oh, it's King's Day.
And yeah, the royal family basically comes from this prince originally who like inherited the princedom of Orange in France, and we just kind of rolled with that. We're like, oh yeah, orange, the color, it's great. So now at every soccer match or other sports event, there's just like, if you see the Dutch fans, it's just like an army of orange, this wave of orange descending upon the stadium, basically. And that's also what you wear on King's Day. We used to be Queen's Day, kind of the big national holiday, kind of our 4th of July, if you will, where people just get out, drink a lot. There's some flea markets and things like that, live music. It's always a hoot.
Fortunately, Alex is a Denver Broncos fan, and so he has plenty of orange.
That has come in handy.
It has come in handy, I'm sure. So from your perspective, how's Alex doing? We thought he was doing great with the language. We're like, oh my gosh, that is so impressive, Alex. Speak Dutch, when he's here.
Yeah.
And then we spoke to, when we were there, one of your uncles, or maybe it was a cousin, and we asked that question of him, and his English was pretty good. I don't remember the gentleman's name, I'm sorry. But Alex, very good, but his Dutch, not good. Okay. So in general, how is he adapted? An American?
No, he's doing great. I'm very proud of him. He's really he's worked very hard to learn Dutch, which definitely not all expats do here, because it's a very international city, The Hague. So there are a lot of people from all over. So it's also quite easy to get by in English. So you really have to put in an effort to learn Dutch, and he did. He's really made a lot of progress where he can hold a conversation pretty easily. Yeah.
Well, so what's it like having with your family and friends and associates when they figure out you're married to an American? How's their reaction? How are they dealing?
Usually they find it quite interesting. They're like, ooh, it's like, he's like an exotic commodity. Like, ooh, an American. And people then love to like speak at him to practice their English, or also whenever we're traveling somewhere and people hear Alex's accent, they're like, ooh, an American, like time for a chit chat, because I think the idea is that like Americans are always down for a chat. So everybody's always striking up conversations with him wherever we go, which is very fun.
As you mentioned, a very international city, and a lot of people do speak English. So if you're thinking of travel plans, Holland is a wonderful place to go, the Netherlands. And you do find a lot of people that do speak English. In fact, Alex has done English-speaking theater. I don't know I should say Shakespeare English, which I can understand Dutch almost as much as I understand Shakespeare English. And so he's performed. He has his own theater troupe, Reckless Shakespeare.
Yeah.
And he does stand-up comedy there, too.
He does, yeah.
Well, it's interesting because I asked Alex one time, well, do they get it? I mean, there's American sarcasm is very much a go-to when we're trying to be funny.
Yeah, No, he's very good at that, actually, at kind of performing for his audience. You know, like there's been multiple kind of open mic nights where like it was kind of an English language stand-up comedy and anybody can come, and like so a lot of international people and a lot of people who made jokes that just went right over the audience's head, you know, like dead silence, quiet. But then Alex comes on and he knows exactly how to play the crowd. You know, he's like the Dutch person whisperer. So he managed to get the laughs. So
I don't know where he is, if he's hiding in another room over there, but tell him I'm rolling my eyes. But anyway, so I buried the lead, which was a phrase you probably know, but it wouldn't be one that the Dutch. But I buried the lead, which is that you and Alexander are expecting.
We are, yeah.
You're expecting not just your child, but our Deb and I's first grandchild, expecting in November. And
yes.
Yeah. So I have all kinds of curiosity. So we're saving our pennies for our trip over. We're going to give you guys a break, not come until late in December, because you guys will be adjusting. This is an area I can speak from with a little bit of experience, at least from the father's perspectives. And so that's going to make me, I've decided, I don't know if Deb has, I'm going to be Opa John, if that's okay. Opa John. Opa is grandfather.
Grandpa in Dutch.
Grandpa in Dutch. So Opa John. I like it. It flows.
Yeah.
And I'm a big branding, marketing guy. Opa Bags. I don't know.
Opa Bags.
I don't know. We'll see. But so what's it? How different is it raising, do you think, as you will learn, raising a child in the Netherlands versus here in the USA? What's different about it, do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm about to find out really what it's what it's like. But I think even just having the child and that whole process of pregnancy and birth and everything is quite different already. It's a lot less medical here, I think. Like it's not necessarily a given that you give birth in the hospital. Quite a few people choose to give birth at home. That's quite common, and the system's so used to it that it's quite safe as well. And if you're healthy, if you don't have any complications or high risk, then generally you don't go to an OBGYN, but you go to a midwife. So it's kind of split here. We have a gynecologist who's a doctor, and then we have the midwife. It's a separate profession who handle most kind of standard births. So that's really nice because they live, or their office is right around the corner from our house. So we just walk to our midwife appointments, and then they also do your birth generally, even if you choose to give birth in the hospital. One downside, maybe it's a lot less common to get pain medication, right? So you really have to insist on an epidural if you want it. Basically, it's and you're like, "Are you sure?
Give me the drugs."
So that's something to think about. And then you go home, often basically the same day, after a few hours, and then you get a nurse at home, basically, or like a postpartum nurse who just like looks after you the first week and helps with the baby, teaches you how to change a diaper, do help with breastfeeding if you like.
We didn't get that. We had to wing it.
Yeah, I know. I'm just like, because they're like, yeah, they just sent us home and like to figure it out. It's like, oh man, yeah, that sounds quite. How do you know what to do? You know?
Well, like I said, I tell the boys that we just had to figure it out. We were the first ones on either side of the families too. Deb and I, having your husband and my other son Joseph, we were first. Well, believe it or not, Sophie, if you look at your clock, we're just about out of time.
Wow.
Yeah, it does go fast.
Yes.
It is almost 3 o'clock in the afternoon in Holland, and it's almost 7 o'clock here. So out of time, I just want to say thank you, and we love you, and we're very, very proud of you. And we can't wait for everything we just talked about to happen. And remember, we love you, and if you need anything, we're here. And you're listening to Cowboy State Daily Radio with your buddy Bags. We'll be back after the news. Stay tuned.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. The airman who died in an on-duty incident with a gun Sunday at F.E. Warren Air Force Base in Cheyenne has been identified as a 21-year-old from Kentucky. 21-year-old Braden Loven was a defender assigned to the 90th Security Forces Squadron, 90th Security Forces Group. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the Air Force wing overseeing the base confirmed that the man's death involved a gunshot.
Earlier this week, they were like, an airman died. It's a tragedy. And then Thursday, they were like, okay, it was this 21-year-old from Kentucky. We are now publicly acknowledging that this had to do with a gunshot. And it was at this time that division of the Air Force that oversees the bases said, yeah, we are grounding this particular gun, the M18, and using a rifle of all things in its place until we know what to do.
Loven entered active duty in November of 2023, and F.E. Warren Air Force Base was his first assignment. 25 years ago, legendary Wyoming spaghetti westerner Gap Pucci befriended two nuns after they walked in sandals with no socks and knee-deep snow to see his collection of lighted crosses. Now the nuns say they'll buy Pucci's estate, promising it won't be cleared to make way for any luxury mansions. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean spoke to Mother Marie Wendy McMenemy and Sister Mary Augustine, who said their decision to buy the estate through their foundation came after months of prayer and reflection.
Gap Pucci, he was a very religious man. He wore his faith on his sleeve, and he was a Catholic. He met McEnemy 25 years ago. Much tamer story than some of his stories, like, the time the horse ran him off a cliff and they plunged down into an icy river below, or the time he fought off bears. Those are the kind of stories that are in his books. Just a wonderful, beautiful little friendship. And now, who knows what's going to happen here, but I bet it's going to be equally beautiful and wonderful.
In the end, the nuns' decision came down to the sense that the world would lose something special if bulldozers came for Pucci's historic cabin and replaced it with a mansion. A 50-year-old woman working at a Casper nursing care facility is accused of tying a resident's head to a bed to keep her from moving overnight. Court records show an arrest warrant has been issued for Julie Ann Cross on charges of abuse of a vulnerable adult and false imprisonment. Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck reports that the incident took place in the early morning hours of July 14th at the Now Cap Services facility.
That was found by coworkers that came in the morning, and they were trying to turn this resident over, and they couldn't do it. And then they looked and saw that her hair had been tied to the bed with a scarf. She told an officer, according to court documents, that she tied up her hair in a scarf, but it wasn't tied to the bed, but that the patient probably was just throwing her head back and forth and somehow it got tied to the bed.
The intentional abuse, neglect, or abandonment of a vulnerable adult is a felony that carries a penalty of up to 10 years in prison and a $10,000 fine. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Find expert vascular care right here in Wyoming. Wyoming Interventional and Vascular Associates, or WIVA, is a division of Casper Medical Imaging and is home to experienced subspecialized physicians and physician assistants who provide comprehensive services to treat vascular disease. From PAD and AAA to venous disease, WIVA offers tailored solutions to get you back to enjoying the things you love. Schedule a consultation with WIVA today at caspermedicalimaging.net/WIVA or by calling 307-577-1003.
Well, there's nothing like the dusty atmosphere of a summer rodeo. Historically, though, that hasn't been the atmosphere at Cheyenne Frontier Days. As thousands of people filled the stands at Frontier Park on Wednesday, Mother Nature decided to celebrate with more than an inch of rain. And Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that the last week of July is notoriously stormy in southeast Wyoming.
Cheyenne Frontier Days has been held the last week of July since 1897, but they probably didn't consult any meteorologists on that, even if that information was available at the time, because that is one of the wettest weeks of the summer for Cheyenne. But the daddy of them all has been going for this long, and it hasn't been stopped by any kind of thunderstorms or weather or flash floods. So I imagine it's sacrilegious to change it at this point.
So when Cheyenne residents are selecting their favorite hats, buckles, and boots to wear to Cheyenne Frontier Days, they should also pair the perfect poncho to complement their ensemble. If history's any guide, they're going to need it. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Corr for Cowboy State Daily.
Hey, welcome back to Cowboy State Daily Radio with your buddy Bags on a Saturday, 7:05 here in the Rocky Mountain West. It is about 60 degrees now here in Sheridan, Wyoming, under sunny skies. And we've got a mix of sun, increasing clouds, patchy smoke in the area, some fires in the Rocky Mountain region sending smoke our way. And a chance for afternoon rain here in Wyoming today. Fire weather watch in some of the drier areas of the southern part of the state. And it'll be breezy in some places as well across the Cowboy State. Highs mid-80s to upper 90s and lows from near 40 to low 60s. And just a quick glance around the Cowboy State, see what's going on in your neck of the woods. Torrington, Wyoming at 60 degrees, sunny skies. Jackson, it's 39 degrees, sunny skies. Laramie, 51. Baggs, Wyoming. Jim? Baggs, Wyoming? Yeah, why do I pick that every week? Come on, man. Yeah, I'll bring your mic. You can chime in here anytime you want now. They can hear you. Okay. Casper, 61. Cheyenne, sunny and 58 degrees. That's a quick glance around the Cowboy State weather-wise. Okay, so I am going to fix you. Hang on one second here. Get that off of there. So if they are streaming, they can see you. And come this way towards me just a little bit. There you go. A little bit more. And that's perfect. Look at this guy.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, so now you can hear him. And my technical producer will be in if your mic's too low or anything, so don't worry about it.
Okay.
Deb.
It's
the door will pop open. And her head will go, the mic's too low. Fix his mic. All right, so... All right, here I need to set this up. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Jim Christensen to the Bag Studio here in Sheridan, Wyoming. Jim and I have known each other since 1981, 81, in that era of our lives. And we have a history together. But let me tell them why I told you that I wanted to have you on the show. So one of our very good writers, columnists for Cowboy State Daily, Renee Jean is her name, and she wrote a column about Longmire, you know, the TV series about Buffalo and the Sheriff Longmire and those escapades. It went on hiatus. It was on for quite a while, developed a big fan base, especially around here. And then for whatever reason, I don't know if it was ratings or sponsorships, whatever the reason was, they've gone off the air. But Renee wrote about the fact that they're bringing it back.
I didn't know that.
In some new form. Somebody else is going to syndicate it and bring it back. And so that's great news, I think.
Yeah.
I think that's really great news because I take issue with, you see all these movies, particularly Westerns, and they talk about like being the hole in the wall gang holed up in Wyoming. And then they're showing a scene from Utah or Canada or even Europe on occasion. I think I told you that my son Alex was in a Hanes commercial, and it was a Western-themed Hanes underwear commercial. So yes, I'll show you the commercial here where he's in his underwear in a commercial, and it's a Western town in a Western saloon, and that's the theme, and they filmed it in Romania.
Oh, wow.
So I'm a little annoyed with that. I think if you're really wanting to get a Western motif and atmosphere, film it here in Wyoming.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
It's good for business. It's good for tourism.
Oh, absolutely.
And so on. So that was a catalyst. Great article. If you want to read it, again, Renee Jane is the author and columnist who wrote it. And go to Cowboy State Daily Radio. It came out this week, and all the articles are archived there. So if you miss it, so cowboystatedaily.com. It's also where you can catch the archive of this show to see how good looking you are and what a great radio voice you have.
Oh, sure.
Yeah. So we can do it together.
Right.
And anybody can. That's why. And the reason, how does Jim Christensen fit in there? First of all, let's go back a little bit. Where are you from?
Well, I was born in Parkston, South Dakota, but then we moved up to
South Dakota,
Parkston by Mitchell. And then we moved up to Glendive, Montana when I was 9 years old.
Don't mind me as I adjust this so we can see your face.
So when I was 9 years old, I moved up to Glendive. Montana, and then in 1980 I moved down here.
Push it forward a little bit.
Okay.
This happens every time I have a guest, so it's not just you.
All right.
But yeah, so what happens is that when I bring it up, and you're the tallest guest I've had, so come this way a little bit again towards me. There you go. All right. And then,
kind of right here in the corner.
Perfect. All right. So anyway, so from Glendive, in fact, I've been up to Glendive with you when you were skydiving. Well, just let the cat out of the bag.
Right.
But so anyway, so Jim and I, we meet. So he calls. So when did you move to Sheridan, and why did you get to Sheridan? When did that happen?
Well, I worked on the railroad. And
brakeman, I remember.
I was a trainman, yes.
Trainman, okay.
I was a brakeman at the time. And I got furloughed up in Glendive. And they needed people down here in Sheridan and other areas down here. So I more or less borrowed out because they had different seniority districts back then.
So you, that was Union Pacific was?
Burlington Northern.
Burlington Northern.
Right.
Okay, so so you moved to Sheridan. And one day I'm hosting a radio show. Here we are 44 years later, and I'm hosting a radio show.
I know. This is
see how
like
things
deja
change?
vu.
Not much. And the phone rings. Hi, it's Buddy Baggs, KROE Radio, FM 94. How can I help you? And it's you.
Right.
And you asked me, hey, do you remember what you asked me?
Well, I asked you if we could advertise for a, we're going to try and make a club, and we're going to do some classes down here, skydiving classes.
Skydiving classes. So he says, hey, can we get a message on the air? We're going to try to create a skydiving club here in Sheridan, Wyoming.
Right.
And I made the fatal mistake, or almost fatal, of saying, wow, skydiving.
That's right.
I've always wanted to do that.
Right.
And literally the next weekend, so you said, hey, we're going up, I think, was it Spearfish? No, it was you guys were performing somewhere. So let me explain, and I do have an image here that will show what it is that you do, and you can't see. You can come over here and look at my screen if you want to see what I'm showing them. But here we go. No, James. Okay. And you'll recognize this. Yeah. See, I have that. So for those of you who can't see it, again, I apologize to those listening. I don't know. There's a image of a stack of parachutes. These guys, the name of the group was called Tension Free, was your team name. I remember that. I thought it was a really cool handle. That and Jim, if you can't see it and you're listening, driving, when you get home, go to your archive, go to the Cowboy State Daily archives, and fast forward to this segment. Jim is the third guy in. And he is under a parachute, and there are 5 parachutes stacked on top of each other, and the one at the bottom is upside down.
Yes, that's Bob Suker.
Bob Suker, I remember Bob. You betcha, I do.
He's inverted.
Yes, he's inverted. It wasn't enough that you guys did some kind of formation as you were free falling. And then you open your parachutes, and folks, I was with them to see them doing these things and jumping out of the plane. I was from the plane's perspective, looking down as they did formations. What do you call that when you guys are hooking up and grabbing a hold of each other?
Formations.
It's very technical.
Relative work.
Yeah, you should have seen me last hour when we had a professor of history on. Yeah, I was never getting it right. So anyway, but before that came when I went with you, and then the story gets kind of interesting. We went to, where was this fair? Was it Glendive? Where you guys went up in a hot air balloon?
I was here.
That was in Sheridan?
Right.
Okay. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, this is 1981 or 82 by then. I don't know. 81, I'm going to say. So if my memory's a little foggy, give me a break. It's 40.
Well, we're going back along.
44 years ago. So anyway, but Jim invited me and Larry Shanaman, who's from here. Hopefully he's listening. He invited us to go in the balloon. And I remember what you told the balloon pilot.
Don Hallquist was his name. Don.
Yeah, you told him that I was the team photographer, and
right.
you hung a camera over me so that they would let me in the.
That's why in the basket.
In the basket on the balloon, and so that was the first time ever in my life. And just coincidentally, this week for the second time in my life, I was up in a hot air balloon.
Yeah,
Jenny Rieger invited me to be crew, to chase the balloons around and help out. And next thing you know, the pilot, Bob Cross, who I'm going to bring on the show, hopefully, if you're listening, Bob, you got a message from me. And so he just says, get in. So I'm a good soldier. I jump in the basket. And
obedient.
Yeah, obedient. Ask Deb. How obedient. But anyways, that was it. We're going up and away in my beautiful.
Right.
That's the fifth dimension. Just in case you want to take me on in some music trivia.
Oh, not you.
Watch it. I know. I met a guy who's way better than me. His name is Pat Woodard. He was on Jeopardy, so that's a guy you don't want to mess with,
right?
For that trivia. So anyway, just this week up there, I've got some cool pictures I could show you. Flying around Sheridan, there was 5 balloons, I believe. So you folks here in Sheridan, Wyoming, probably saw us up there. What you didn't know is that I was scared. I was going to say a bad word, but I was nervous because in my old age, Jim, I have developed vertigo.
Oh, vertigo. Okay.
Where as I approach ledges or balconies, I love to fly still. And then it turned out here in the basket in the balloon, this was just Monday this week, that once we were off the ground and up there a little bit and I was realizing this was really happening, I didn't have that. It went away very quickly.
Paranoia.
Yeah. You
Fright,
overthink
fear.
it.
Yeah. Fear, right.
Overthinking it. But anyway, so getting off on a tangent there. So how does this evolve me? So anyway, I go, and who all was with you? It was you and who else in the balloon?
I think it was just you. It was me, Don Alquist, the pilot, and you.
Yeah. So you're sitting on the edge of the balloon. I remember
in the basket.
In the basket.
We got up to height. Altitude when we got up to altitude. But after we dropped off Dan Bowman in the hang glider.
Yeah, I forgot about the hang glider.
We towed him up.
Hot air balloon towing a glider.
Mm-hmm.
This is what a sight.
He was in his glider, all ready to go, and then we towed him up, and then we released his.
I remember that very well. And then you get up on the edge, you sit on the edge of the basket, and you look at me. See ya, Bags.
Yeah.
And you back gainer out of the basket.
Right.
And free fall for a while. And I'm watching this, shaking my head. This is insane. So, but anyway, a week goes by or whatever, and you guys are competing. And I know this is in Spearfish.
Right.
Spearfish, South Dakota. You're at a skydiving meet, and you asked Larry Shanaman and I if we would go with you, if we wanted to. Wow, this is crazy. You bet we'll go. And when we get back, I got a commercial break here because you're a witness of my first and second skydives that we did that day, and what that experience was like. Remember, this was not at a jump school. This was not tandem.
No,
this was
static line.
Static line. When we say static, we don't mean static either, because JoJo, my son, Captain Joseph Baggett, is a jump master commander of an airborne unit, and I know now what a static line is, and it ain't what we were using.
Right.
It was Bob Feisthamel holding that pilot's suit.
That's right.
That was my first skydiving show. Anyway, we'll talk about that a little bit. It's a lot of fun. And ladies and gentlemen, we will get back to talking about movie production, film production, TV production in the state of Wyoming. So stick around. It's 7:21. You're with your buddy Bags. I've got my guest Jim Christensen here with me in my little home studio, and we'll come back after these messages on Cowboy State Daily Radio. Thanks for joining us.
From Yellowstone to Devil's Tower, the Bighorn Mountains to the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston, Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story, Will Crow About Crowheart, and Yodel Over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, Ten Sleep, good morning, welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Hannah, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
When you hear the words nonprofit organization, what comes to mind? Is it a place your dog called home before finding you? Is it an organization that supports accessibility? Is it a place that ensures your safety and that of those you love? That protects endangered wildlife and habitats or fights for our most basic needs? It's impossible to show all the ways nonprofit organizations make a difference in our world. One animal, one person, one cause at a time, but it's not impossible to be part of it. When you give what you have to a nonprofit organization that needs what you can give, you help promote, protect, and strengthen the reach of these incredible organizations. The Nonprofit Alliance is here, helping connect people like you to the nonprofits that enrich your life, your community, and the world we share. Reach out to a nonprofit organization that inspires you today to find how you can help make the world a better place.
The challenges our planet's animals are facing sometimes feel a bit heavy.
The animals haven't eaten in a day, 2 days, they haven't drank anything, they're cold, they're dehydrated.
As soon as we started our descent, everywhere I could see was mud. Just absolutely mud.
The country has been in prolonged drought for so long, it was like a tinderbox waiting to go up.
Okay, very heavy. Each of us wants to be part of the solution, and we can be. Remember that there's good happening right now. At home.
All right, we were able to get into your unit, and we have all 4 of your cats. So,
okay.
And around the world. For any animal in any disaster. So let's focus on that, right? Be part of the solution, one rescue at a time. Search ifa.org/disaster ready.
Hey, we're back. Your buddy Bags and Jim Christensen on Cowboy State Daily Radio. We were just catching up here, reminiscing, 2 old friends. And when we went to break, we made it up to the point where I am following you to Spearfish, South Dakota, and there's a jump meet going on. So there's teams. It's a bunch of skydiving teams. Your team's name was Tension Free.
That's correct.
I love that.
Yeah, it was.
Really did. Move forward towards me again. You're fading out of the picture. Oh. There he is. Jeepers. Man. I got to hold your hand the whole show.
Oh, I know, and I'm sorry. It's first time, you know.
I love it. I love giving you crap, too.
Right.
When I'm in control of the buttons.
Yeah, that's right.
So anyway, we drive to Spearfish, South Dakota. There's a jump meet. We go to the airport, and you guys are competing. Describe a skydiving competition. What happened?
Well, this is a canopy relative work, so it wasn't free fall, but it was canopy where we stack our canopies up.
Yeah, I'm going to bring that up.
That stack you see there, I'm in the middle there in that stack. That made
I see ya.
That was in the front cover of Parachutist magazine back in the day. But what we do is, when you get this stack complete right there, then the top guy releases and goes back and then goes down to the bottom.
Where the upside down guy is.
Yeah, where the upside down guy is. That's just for the picture, this here
right
deal here. But we keep doing this revolutions. As soon as you connect on the bottom, the guy from the top goes to the bottom, and then you just keep doing that. But you got to connect, and you got to get your feet in the lines, and you got to slide down to the risers, and then that's where that. If you don't do that, then it's not a point.
You bet. And I know that there have been meets that you guys have done where even like the Golden Knights have been there, the Army's
right here in
parachute
Sheridan.
team. Yeah. And we, again, I've mentioned this, that my son is now a jump master. He's a captain and a commander of an airborne unit. Mm-hmm. So he is technically airborne ranger.
Sure.
And what a coincidence.
Yeah.
Because Bob Feistamel, if you're not listening, Jim's going to send you the link to the archive because we're calling you out. No, actually, it's a shout out. Bob Feistamel, was he team captain? What was his role?
Yeah, he was the instructor and everything. He was the main person. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so Bob Feistamel is a Vietnam veteran, and he was a jump master as well as an airborne ranger. Mm-hmm. And if I recall, and I want to reach out to Feisty, which was his nickname, to clarify all that. And I apologize.
Well, actually, he wasn't. He was an Army Ranger.
Army Ranger, but he was trained under parachute? No, that came later?
That came later when he got out of the service.
Gotcha. Okay, well, see, I just made that connection because I knew that he was a parachutist and skydiver, but he was Army Ranger.
Army Ranger.
75th Battalion, do you know?
Oh, we'd have to ask him.
Yeah, I need to get him on the show.
He never really talked a whole lot about it.
Yeah, and a lot of the guys from that era, they didn't, and I understand. Mm-hmm. But I'll reach out to Feisty and get him on, because I try to focus on the military, not just because my son is serving currently, but also that I just, want to keep veteran and, currently serving military folks in people's minds, top of mind.
Yeah, that's great.
So, yeah, we do that. And again, you keep fading away from me. So just go ahead and sit up. Yeah, there you go. Now we can see you. But anyway, so we go to Spearfish South. See how I get off on these tangents?
Right, that's okay.
I told you. I said, if I had to do a whole hour of me just sitting here yapping, it'll happen. So you're home free, pal. Anyways, we get to Spearfish, and you guys are competing, and we, Larry Shanneman and I, who are very good friends of mine, he's in Nebraska right now, but he and I go up in the plane with you, and I just saw a picture that you gave me of the exact plane, and the plane is modified, that I recall. The door was bigger. It's not like a regular.
Oh, we took the door off.
You take the door off, mm-hmm. and so it's wide open, and there's no seats in the.
We take them all out.
Take all the seats out. Mm-hmm. Yeah. You say it so casually, like, yeah, of course.
There was nothing
there. So if you've never done this before, and
right.
Hop on in. And by the way, you see those straps hanging from the ceiling? Hang on.
Yeah.
That I do remember. I think I was just as scared when I went up with you guys, because the door had to be big enough that you guys could get out together or at about the same time.
To exit
so you were
together.
kind of
we got out on
the doorway.
Some guys got out on the strut, and a couple sat in the door. We all
ladies and gentlemen, these guys are hanging off the side of the airplane,
right.
And I've never been a part of it at all. And so I'm in the plane hanging onto a strap because the pilot, what was his name?
Dana Cunningham.
When he would bank, he wasn't concerned about people who don't fly very much. And I don't know if he had military experience or crop dusting experience.
No, I'm not sure if he was military or not.
But the way he flew that plane, it felt like I was going to fall out. And I remember hanging for dear life onto the strap to not fall out. And then you guys, hey, see ya, Bags.
Yeah. See you on the ground.
Out the door you guys go. Ooh, shoot. And then I'm looking out the door, and you're stacking up and doing your thing and competing. And so that was early on in the day. And then you guys finish your competition, and I don't know if it was you or Feisty or Suker or somebody comes up to Larry and I. We're standing around. Everybody's got a beer in their hand, probably playing hacky sack. That's where I learned to play hacky sack.
Right.
Because you guys waiting around for your plane to pick you up would play hacky sack.
That's right.
And so, okay, I'm in. And then, by the way, that became a lifelong thing for me.
Oh, really?
From that, I have a hacky sack in my truck right now, just in case I end up
funny.
somewhere.
I do too.
And I'm bored.
I do too.
Play hacky sack. Anyway, so I'm going to go with Feisty, since I've been wrong about him so far. But I think he came up to me and said, Larry and I, do you guys want to jump today?
Probably was Feisty.
And I said, yeah, we can't. I mean, we've never done it. We haven't been trained. He goes, let's go. Again, probably the best thing that happened is when you don't give me a choice. Being a good soldier, I go with him into this hangar, and they had hung up a canopy, or not a canopy, but a
harness.
A harness. Thank you. And so they strapped
that.
me in there,
right.
and they practiced the cutaways and the tuck and roll, the landings, and so on in that little hangar. And this is Spearfish. This ain't Denver's DIA
right.
with a giant hangar. It's this little hangar, this little airport in Spearfish, South Dakota, which I've been there with Deb Of course, I tell you, this is where that happened. Oh, that story about me jumping out of the plane right here.
Yeah.
And anyway, so out the door we go into the plane. Plane takes off. Larry and I got parachutes on. I think they were military style, the parachutes, but they weren't. They were the kind of that you use. In other words, it didn't have an old Army type of ripcord. It had a toggle with a pilot chute there, you know. So where the plane, we get up, I don't know, 5,000-6,000 feet, whatever that was. And Feisty says, okay, sit up, Bags. And I did want to go first. I remember that. And so now, folks, imagine, because there was a pedal outside of the door. The wing is going over the top of me. And I put my foot on that pedal, and it's just the fat of my ass cheek holding me in the plane at 5, 6, I don't know how many thousand feet we were up. Doesn't matter. And now I had to sit there until we got over the airport, you know? So it was a little while. It probably was like 15 seconds, but in my mind, it was 15 minutes that I'm hanging from a plane. I've never skydived before. I'm not tandem. People weren't even talking about tandem jumping back then. It wasn't at a jump school where it would have been likely a real static line, right? If at a jump school that you pay for lessons. And I'm sitting there hanging out. My back leg is drifting in the wind, and just scared out of my mind. And Feisty's right here. And next thing I know, your face comes in between Feisty and I, and you look me right in the face, and you said, "Hey, Bags, you don't have to do this."
I seen the fear, man.
You saw it. Mm-hmm. I bet I was white as a sheet.
You were. You had the eyes were about as big as dinner plates.
I remember how afraid, but I remember saying to you with an expletive that I'm not going to use, just get me the blank out of this plane.
Let's do this. Let's go.
Get it. Let's go. And finally we get over and out. I go, and I was supposed to yell Arch 1001, 1002, 1000. Now remember, Feisty, Bob Feistamel, is holding the pilot chute. This is not a static line, and he lets the pilot chute go, which is a parachute about this big, is what pulls the main chute out, right?
Canopy.
The canopy, and so obviously I get out, and at some point Bob must have let go of the pilot chute, and off I go. And what I remember to this day, because I still have like moments and dreams where I see the plane flying away from me and your head sticking out of the plane looking at me.
That's good. That's funny.
That is. Yeah. And it's true. It's very true. So I'm going to get it. So you don't have to move. You're just a little bit of your face is blocked by the mic, but hey, it's radio,
right?
And we both have faces for radio, so no worries. And so anyway, point being is that at some point, the parachute opens. It doesn't open; it unfolds.
Right. Yeah, it was an old round canopy, though.
Yeah,
it takes about 500-600 feet for that to come out fully.
Yeah, I think that should have been explained.
Yeah. Right.
I think it should have been explained because it comes out of that pack in a square, like it came out of a package, and it your first thought is that's wrong.
Yeah,
it shouldn't look like that, and then boom, it unfolds, and then it fills up with air. So there's another moment of panic. There's like. I'm up with the third moment of panic. Yes. And I remember, too, thinking there was going to be like this big opening shock experience, and that didn't happen. It may have to a certain extent, but because the parachute unfolds and fills with air compartmentally, you slow down more than pop up.
It's not a shock.
It's not a shock because you see that on TV, and the reason for that is just common sense that the cameraman is still falling and the guy with the parachute just slowed down significantly, so it looks like he's going.
Right.
But it's really the cameraman that's still falling. Anyway, so the parachute opens, and I'm looking around, and everything is okay.
In the saddle.
In the saddle, is that what you call it?
Right.
And then the peace comes over you. And it doesn't even feel at some point, probably about that point, I'm probably about 4,000, maybe 3,500 feet where the canopy, and there's no sound other than a little bit of flapping of the parachute. And it doesn't feel like you're falling for a long time. It just feels like you're floating. And so that sensation, I mean, is that what, because you guys were using like squares, that are more aerodynamic and maneuverable.
Like flying an airplane wing, I mean, it's just like flying an airplane. Yeah.
Well, and so, I mean, you
can't steer with the canopy. You jumped.
No, and I remember because I had a landing issue on my second jump. It has these perforations where you either turn into the wind and it takes you with the wind, or you turn those holes away from the
Modifications,
wind. Yeah, so that you fall more straight down.
It was a PC is what you jumped, a Paracommander, it was an oblong.
Yeah, and
it came out.
But the landing, to kind of just finish the story, because the last segment is going to be about movie making, believe it or not, could not have been smoother. I mean, I had to remind myself after taking about 3 steps, I'm supposed to tuck and roll.
Right.
And so I made myself do the routine in case Feisty was watching. So anyway, that was my experience. It was so wonderful that you guys said, Feisty, want to do it again? And then I got to watch him pack the chute and the whole deal. So that was my experience, and I didn't ever do it again. Once JoJo came along,
right,
I never jumped again, and I don't really know why. I moved away. I moved to Denver, number one. I didn't have that connection. But I have thought about, because Joseph, the airborne commander, he did a skydive in Loveland, Colorado, and it was a tandem jump.
Okay.
And he loved it. And in my mind, it was like, well, that's cheating.
Yeah, kind of.
You're I mean, you've got an expert with you, so even if you pass out, you'll
actually a good way to do it instead of the static line.
I would think. Right. I mean, I would maybe consider doing that a tandem jump. I don't think I would ever do a free fall now, or even the way we did it.
No, they don't even do that no more.
Yeah,
there's also accelerated free fall where you have 2 instructors holding you down on both sides, one on each side of you, and holding you stable.
Wow.
And
then, so that's our connection. So it's almost like we're soul brothers,
right?
Because it'll scare you down to your soul that first time. You'll never forget it. I promise you that. But I do highly recommend that you do it. It's a thrill, and you guys were really very competitive. As tension free. When's the last time you jumped?
Oh, back in the 90s.
Has it been that long?
Right. Yeah.
Really? Mm-hmm. Wow. I mean, do you have any desire to?
Oh yeah, I'm going to do it again. My nephew's doing it now.
Is that right? What's his name?
Alec.
Alec?
And he's got about 60 to 70 jumps now.
Oh my goodness!
That's how he learned. He learned with accelerated free fall.
Wow!
Right from the start. But yeah, I want to do it with him and one more. I want to make another jump with Feisty sometime.
Yeah.
Before, because he's in his 70s and he still skydives today.
He's got thousands of jumps.
20 to 30,000.
Oh my God! All right. Well, when we get back. Thanks for letting me reminisce a little bit about that experience.
I love it.
It all came flying back. Remember, I reached out to you right after I got out of that balloon on Monday.
Yeah, you did.
Because it flooded back, that experience.
That's good memory.
Yeah. And great memories. So we'll do this commercial break. When we come back, you had an experience Very unique experience. Some people might remember the movie that was made here in the Buffalo, Bighorn, Sheridan, Bighorn Mountain Country way back in 1981, 82, a movie called Endangered Species.
That's right.
And you ended up with it was a role. It was a small role, but it was
Very
a role.
small.
And you got a speaking part in it. And you got to be a double, I'm not going to say stunt double, but a stand-in. Stand-in for
Right.
Robert Urich. Who remembers the TV show Vegas? That was Robert Urich. And for those of you folks who haven't been around here as long as Jim and I have here in the Sheridan, Wyoming area, Robert Urich was a big star back in 1981. And we're going to talk about the movie Endangered Species when we get back here on Cowboy State Daily at 7:44 with your buddy Bags.
Wyoming is a big state. There are so many stories to tell, and here at Cowboy State Daily, we pride ourselves in bringing those stories to you every day. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the experienced journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Julie was always a voracious reader. She'd carry 2 novels on an airplane because she'd read one on a 3-4 hour ride. And at some point, I began to notice that she would read a page and couldn't remember what she had just read, and she'd have to go back and read it again.
I don't remember much these days after I read, but less does for me, and I love it.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
You talk to. In every family, small conversations can make a big impact. I grew up on tour with my parents. Kind of different, but we bonded over music just like other families do over sports, camping, or other interests. And we talked. Little everyday conversations from silly to serious that built a foundation over time. Honest conversations, like when my dad shared his experiences as an alcoholic.
Your honesty about that part of your life gave me a sense of integrity that I wanted to uphold in my own life. And I was so grateful that you and Mom had become these sober, stable people who were always there for me.
I wanted you to know from someone who's been in recovery more than 30 years now that hard work is what creates success, not alcohol or other drugs, whether it's music or anything else. I said it a lot, and I'm glad you took it to heart.
Talk, they hear you. For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
Microphones are on, buddy, so
okay.
Don't be dropping no F-bombs here. This is my buddy, Jim Christensen. We've known each other for 40 years, 43 years, 44 years. Mm-hmm. Just did the math in my head. And I invited him on this show, as I mentioned. And by the way, welcome back to Cowboy State Daily Radio here at 747. My little studio in Sheridan, Wyoming. Your buddy Bags, Jim Christensen. And I thought of Jim when I was in a hot air balloon this week. And my first balloon ride ever was with Jim, who rudely jumped out of it from 8,000, maybe it was even 10,000.
No, it was about 10,000.
10,000 feet up, and you bailed out.
Because you remember when we dropped off Dan Bowman in the hang glider, we shot up.
Yeah,
That weight, remember that?
I remember that. And of course, There's a lot of stuff you guys could have warned me about.
Yeah.
In all of those situations. That was another one I didn't expect.
Yeah,
Are we okay? What's going on?
Yeah. We shot up about 3,000 or 4,000 feet.
That much, was it?
Just that quick. Yeah, pretty quick.
But I do remember it very well.
Not instantly,
because it was just bizarre that we were cutting him away. I remember going up in the hot air balloon and looking out, and there's this hang glider being towed by the hot air balloon. Mm-hmm. And that was weird anyway. And then when we cut him away, the balloon shot up immediately because all that weight was
loss
released. Oh, man.
Crazy
is right. Okay, so we're moving on here. We've got about 10 minutes left in the show. Longmire, the series, filmed here, a lot of fans, and there's rumors about it coming back in a new syndication, etc. And that motivated me, too, to talk to you, because we had a little bit of experience together. Yours was much more extensive. Back in 1982 is when the movie was released. Right. So I don't know if it was 81 when they were filming it. Mm-hmm. The movie was called Endangered Species, and folks, it was not a B movie. It may not have gotten a whole lot of recognition as being an Oscar nominee or anything like that, but Robert Urich was in it. He was a big star. He was the New York cop trying to get away from it all out here in Buffalo, Colorado. Remember, it wasn't Buffalo, Wyoming. No. It was Buffalo, Colorado. Again, goes to my point. That's annoying to me.
Yeah.
Although I have Ross Kaminsky coming on from Denver my next hour. So I love Colorado too. Spent 32 years there.
Right.
So. All right. And Jo Beth Williams. Raise your hand if you remember Jo Beth Williams. She was a hottie and a big star. She played the sheriff of Buffalo, Colorado. And in 1981, that was pretty progressive. Female in a western town, female sheriff. Right?
That's correct.
Jo Beth Williams. And if you do these Google searches, you'll see she was in that movie. That's her. She's a lot of movies. Paul Dooley, he's a character actor that still to this day, when I watch movies, he'll pop up. He must have been in 100 movies. Paul Dooley.
Right.
Or was it Paul? Yeah, Paul Dooley.
Yeah, Paul Dooley.
Yeah, you'll recognize him too if you're going to Google search these.
Played the newspaper guy.
These names, and so I might be able to grab that image too, but here. No. Oh yeah, got it. Oh, and let's go. Okay, yeah. So there's Paul with Robert Urich, and I'll do another one here. Okay, so Robert Urich and Jo Beth Williams. That's them. So if you recognize them from the TV show Vegas, you're giving away your age a little bit.
Right.
Because there's probably a bunch of you, I have no idea who you're talking about. You old fart, you. So yeah, Paul, you'd recognize him. Now, Dan Hedaya, she played Carla of Cheers, played her ex-husband. He's a hilarious guy. I just watched an episode of him when he was in it. He was showing off his new girlfriend to Carla. Right. It's a hilarious episode. But Dan Hedaya, you would recognize him right away. Very much like a Brooklyn accent. So you met him, and it kind of struck up a bit of a friendship. Because Jim, they put out a call. They said, hey, we need extras for the movie. Endangered Species filming in the area. Do you want to get an extra part or whatever?
Extras and stand-ins.
Stand-ins and all that. And you at the time were furloughed with Burlington Northern. And so you had the time. And so you went over there. And so did we. We being, again, Larry Shanneman. He's like in half of my bad behavior stories involved.
Yeah, right.
You and Larry or both.
Yeah, right.
So anyway, so we go sign up. Where did we go? Did we go to Buffalo to sign up?
We're at here.
Was it here somewhere?
In Sheridan.
And so we all did. We all got okay, stand by for a call to be an extra or a stand-in. So and Larry and I did get a call to be extras, but you got a call to do something else. Remind me what that was.
Well, to be a stand-in. I mean, for
what's that?
Robert Urich. That is the guy that when the actors are doing the rehearsals, you're sitting there watching, what they're doing and where they're moving, where they're standing, where they're walking to, this and that. And then when they do the rehearsal, they go get their makeup on and stuff. And then when they're setting up, while they're doing that and getting their costumes on or whatever, you're watching. And then for the lighting, when they're setting up the lighting, you're supposed to go wherever they went so that they can get the right kind of lighting.
And so they're setting up cameras and moving them around.
Setting up cameras.
One of the experiences I had, maybe you had the same one, is you learn, and I got an image here. That's Red Grade, ladies and gentlemen. That's right down the road here outside of Bighorn. That's an image of Robert Urich doing his thing, looking cool and kind of a badass. And the gist of the movie, the plot was that it was and if you haven't seen it, maybe I'll just say it's supposedly a sci-fi, right? It's a sci-fi movie. So I'll just give you a heads up because now I'm telling people to watch it because it's on YouTube. And so when you get to that point, so a stand-in, interesting when you're watching things being filmed, you see where the cameras are. You see that the cameras are on like tracks sometimes. Sometimes they're on cranes.
Sure.
And in our case, sometimes they were in helicopters.
Right.
So, ladies and gentlemen, if you're new around here, at one point in time, there were helicopters flying all over filming this movie in Bighorn, and that's where I saw the helicopters, was in Bighorn. And if you watch the movie, you'll see that little, what looks like a gas station now, that's no longer a gas station, right as you pull into Bighorn. Mm-hmm. It was a functioning gas station at that time.
Absolutely, it was. Yeah.
And so you get to see what Sheridan looked like in 1981. So
did some scenes there.
Just for that reason. Right. So you're doing the stand-in thing. And so they do a call, and that's where Larry and I get a call that says, we're going to film a barroom fight scene at the Buffalo Bar in Buffalo. And so we cruise down there, and like I said, if you're standing next to me in the movie's playing, in the background, way in the back, there's a white cowboy hat that I know is me. But I mean, I had my nephews doubt me. I showed them the movie when I was down there. I went to the Metallica concert, and I said, "Hey, have you guys ever seen this movie? Your Uncle John's in here." And I stopped the movie, and with the remote, and I walk up and I go, "That's me." And in unison, they would go, "Nuh-uh." And I also stopped it because you ended up getting a speaking part, and you had to tell about that experience, how you ended up with
Well, what it was is Robert Urich was walking into the bar with his daughter, Marin Cantor, that was playing his daughter at the time, walking into this bar, and then there was going to be a fight scene, but the director said, well, we got to have something that makes this look like it's going to be a rough bar, because they didn't have nothing planned or anything like that. And they said, well, let's just have Jim sit up there at the bar and act like he's going to get in a fight with somebody, push somebody, shove somebody. And that's how that all came, And so once I had said a word or said a sentence, then you got into the Actors Guild. You had to sign a...
Yeah, because you had a speaking role.
Right.
You had to sign up. And didn't they give you a chunk of change, too?
Yeah, a little chunk of change. Yeah.
They didn't give me diddly, although we did get pretty hammered because they were using real beer. Right. And every time they changed the camera angle, every time they changed where the sound room was, which, by the way, is in the bathroom, and then they had the boom come out of the bathroom,
yeah,
right?
Exactly.
And so they would always say, because to keep the scene, the continuity of the scene, if you had a full beer when the scene started and they changed the direction of the camera, and you drank half of it, chugged it, they had to come back and refill your beer.
They wanted to make it look like it was
exactly. So
that was funny.
So did you enjoy that experience? I know we had a cast party at the end of it in Buffalo.
Absolutely, yeah.
I don't remember where the party was, but it was in Buffalo, and all the stars were there. Joe Beth Williams was there, and man, it ended up being a really good time. Patrick Hauser,
everybody, Ren Cantor, all the way.
Peter Coyote.
Yeah, Peter
At
Coyote.
the time, Hoyt Axton was in it, and Hoyt Axton was a big country star, had big country hits. Wild Bull Rider, and what are some of his other ones? I know I love that song, but I hate to tell you this, but we're out of time.
Oh.
It's over.
Oh.
I told you it would go quickly, and it did.
Dang.
And yeah.
I was just getting started.
Oh, there's so much more. Well, we'll do it again.
We have to do it again. Exactly.
All right. Well, it is. It's just about straight up 8 o'clock here. You're listening to your Buddy Bags on Cowboy State Daily Radio on a Saturday. We'll be back after the news. Stay tuned.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. In October of 2023, 33-year-old Katie Ferguson vanished while traveling home to Wyoming with her on and off boyfriend, Adam Aviles Jr., who was 26 at the time. Now hikers and other outdoors men and women in Park County are asked to be on the lookout for two objects that could advance the murder investigation into the disappearance of the Cody woman. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland spoke to the Park County Sheriff and Ferguson's mother about how the public can help in the investigation.
Katie Ferguson's mother reached out to me like, there are still some objects that are believed to be out there, potentially in Park County. Can we let people know to keep an eye out? A pink tote with DNA in it, which an investigator at Adam Aviles sentencing described in much more graphic terms than that, and the front seat to a Dodge Durango. These are things that just the compilation of interviews and evidence indicate could still be out there somewhere, and if they are, could be opportunities for a breakthrough in the case.
Though long a suspect in what authorities believe to be Ferguson's murder, Aviles has not been charged with murder. He was, however, sentenced in September of last year to 7 years and 3 months in prison for the charge of being a felon in possession of ammunition. As President Donald Trump's mission to do away with the U.S. Department of Education progresses, Wyoming is eager to exercise more control over how education happens here. That's what Governor Mark Gordon said Thursday on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake Nichols. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson reports that, in Gordon's view, Wyoming and the other states in America need to change a bit of the conversation about education.
He has just recently been named chairman of the Education Commission of the states. It's a bipartisan group that helps out with policy and helps individual states do things with education. He also talked a lot about having the states having more control over education. If the states know what they're doing better than the feds do. He called the feds a bunch of talking heads who try to put everything in a one-size-fits-all box.
Wyoming Superintendent of Public Instruction, Megan Degenfelder, also has been vocal about states having more autonomy, saying they know their children better than bureaucrats back east. Campbell County Commissioner Jerry Means said he would not have signed off on a letter that his county sent this week to the U.S. Department of the Interior had he been given a chance to review it again. The expansive letter was approved as a consent agenda item without detailed review by commissioners, but Means told Cowboy State Daily's David Madison that he now has concerns about language in it regarding public land sales.
He had some issues with some language around the disposal or sale of public land, as we know is a really hot button issue. In talking to these folks, they made it clear that this is a case-by-case basis. And so, yes, they want to have the flexibility to possibly purchase federal land, trade federal land, sell federal land for the benefit of the county. But the language was sensitive enough that at least one county commissioner would like to revise it and said he wouldn't have signed the letter had he actually read it.
Though not explicitly mentioned in the letter, Means also worried that the document might inadvertently open the door to the possibility of nuclear waste to make its way to Campbell County. County. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Find expert vascular care right here in Wyoming. Wyoming Interventional and Vascular Associates, or WIVA, is a division of Casper Medical Imaging and is home to experienced subspecialized physicians and physician assistants who provide comprehensive services to treat vascular disease. From PAD and AAA to venous disease, WIVA offers tailored solutions to get you back to enjoying the things you love. Schedule a consultation with WIVA today at caspermedicalimaging.net/WIVA or by calling 307-577-1003.
Well, those at or near the Casper-Natrona International Airport on Wednesday afternoon saw something that would have scrambled U.S. fighter pilots during the Cold War: a Russian fighter jet flying over and landing on American soil. But it's not the Cold War anymore, and Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck reports that the twin-engine Russian-made Mikoyan MiG-29 fighter that landed in central Wyoming was unarmed and just there for some fuel.
That MiG is the only one in the United States. It's privately owned by a billionaire who was the Trump administration's initial nominee for NASA, but then he was withdrawn. They said he flew in from Oshkosh. He stopped in, got some fuel, talked to some people for a while, and then he took off to Montana, where he lives.
That pilot is Jared Isaacman, according to the Oshkosh Air Show organizers. He's the billionaire owner of the plane and an astronaut who's flown missions for SpaceX. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
Hey, welcome back to Cowboy State Daily Radio. It's 8:05, and this is John Baggett, your buddy Bags. And let me do quick weather. Stand by, Ross. It's a mix of sun, increasing clouds, patchy smoke, and some fires in the region. A chance for afternoon rain in Wyoming over part of the state. And we also have a fire weather watch, and that's primarily in the south central part of Wyoming, kind of where Bags, Wyoming is. One of my favorite places, Ross, as you can imagine. Let's see, hotter weather today. It's going to be up in the mid-90s in most places, and lows in the 40s to mid-50s at night. All right, I'm excited about this because I'm a fan. Welcome, Ross Kaminsky, ladies and gentlemen, the 9 to noon host, talk radio host on The Blowtorch, 850 KOA in Denver. How are you, Ross?
Hey, Bags, long time. Good to see you. We're both a little grayer than the last time I saw you.
A lot grayer. I was thinking about, okay, when's the last time I worked with Ross Kaminsky? And I figured it out. It was the Western Conservative Summit. Oh, dang it. I have some pictures from that. I could have pulled that up. I'm producing the show. I'm technical producer. There ain't no Shannon Scott here, pal. It's Deb and I. Uh-huh. It's a blessing, though. I'm doing the show from our extra room at our home here in Sheridan, Wyoming. In case you don't know, it's about 14 miles from the Montana border, right in the middle of the state at the base of the Bighorn Mountain Range.
I know where it is. I've been there. It's beautiful territory.
Well, it better not have been in the last 6 years, because if so, I want a heads up, and I will show you around. You know what I mean? Anyway, so it was the Western Conservative Summit, and I was in sales at that point, and the event was a client of mine, an advertiser, so I got to go, and I helped put my producer's hat back on and got to help set up guests and interviews and so forth with you. But that was when you were with KHOW, correct?
Yeah, that's right.
So that's probably 7-8 years ago. So before I get way ahead of myself here, where do you come from? Talk about your family. I know you're a pop and raising kids. Probably by now they're probably teenagers. I don't know for sure, but who the heck are you, Ross Kaminsky?
Well, I'm a military brat. Both my parents were physicians, actually, in the U.S. Navy.
Wow.
And my dad joined first. My mom joined later. My mom ended up retiring as a rear admiral, so she ended up outranking my dad. Not a lot of admirals. And anyway, so we moved around a lot. And I think college was the only school I went to for more than 2 years. Just, how much we bounced around.
Wow.
I studied foreign policy and economics at Columbia University. Don't hold that against me. I realized what it was at the time, but it got much worse since then. And then I actually, in the middle of college, I went to Chicago, where I had an uncle who was a trader on the options exchange trading floor, waving his hands and yelling and all that kind of stuff that you used to see in the news, but not so much anymore because it doesn't really exist like that now. And I thought that seems like fun. Previously, I was pre-med when I was in college, but I think to be a doctor, you have to have a certain desire to help people that I do not have. So I saw this financial market stuff. And I said, oh my gosh, this is for me. I started taking classes much faster, graduated from college a semester early, kind of the opposite of what kids these days are doing with the 5-year plans and the 6-year plans.
We had one
and
of those.
I moved to Chicago, and I was a trader there for a while. And then I'll sort of give you the abbreviated version. I moved to Amsterdam for a while in the mid-1990s. Trading there, that was already computerized. I was trading the German market, even though I was living in Holland.
I have a son that just moved from Amsterdam to The Hague, like a year and a half ago. He's been in Holland. He married a Dutch gal and has been in Holland for the last 7 years. So there's a couple of places in there that, man, I can relate.
All right, so how tall is she?
Tall.
Yeah.
For a female. And beautiful.
I'm only 5'9". It was very hard for me to find a Dutch girlfriend who wasn't taller than I. I did find one.
They're the second tallest, I guess, race of people, nationality of people.
Nationality, yeah.
Next to what are the ones the folks that jump up and down as they the warriors?
Oh, the
Maasai?
Yeah. My gosh! In Kenya.
Yeah. Yeah, no, this is not a test. And
oh my gosh, what are they? But it's right on the tip of my brain.
On average, they're I want to say Maasai, but I don't think that's it.
Yeah, no, that's right. It is the Maasai.
It is the Maasai.
Yeah, and are they taller? Because I thought the Dutch were the tallest.
No, there's some competition here with our research.
Okay,
I'm going with the Maasai jumping up and down warriors, but they're tall people in Holland. Do we agree on that?
Yeah, for sure.
And they eat a lot of herring. I've learned a lot about
it. And then moved back to America, went on vacation with a friend of mine to Australia. I'm giving you the super abbreviated version. Met a girl while I was on vacation in Australia. And after a while, I didn't like the way I started an options trading business, but I didn't like the way it was going. I couldn't convince my partners to change. So I said, you know what, I'm leaving. I moved to Australia chasing this girl. And now we're married and we're in Colorado. And as you said, we got 2 kids and they're both teenagers.
Yep.
Old teenagers. One of them is about to go off to college and the other one is going to be a senior in high school.
You're getting there. I was there not too. My oldest is 35. He's in the military. Again, he's a captain at Fort Bragg with the 82nd Airborne.
Wow.
And then my other son is an actor, stand-up comedian, musician, and he has his own theater company called Reckless Shakespeare that he founded. And so that's how weird our household was, where they went opposite ends of the spectrum. So, but yeah, so there's a couple places where I could relate. Now get me to the point where we're meeting each other, or you get to Denver and media starts. So now you're trading stocks. I didn't do enough research because I had no idea. I know I was like, well, I know he was working at KHOW, the cash cow, and now he's at the Blowtorch, 850 KOA, 9 to noon, by the way, which is Mike Rosen's old spot. So talk about an iconic, legendary slot for radio.
Yeah, for sure. I'll mention Rosen in a second. So when I was trading options in Chicago, I was standing in the trading pit, which is lots of fun. And it's my brain against the brain of the guy I'm standing next to. And I usually do pretty well in that kind of competition. But once things started moving computerized, then suddenly it was my, Dell computer or whatever I've got at home against Goldman Sachs's supercomputer that they spent $10 million on the week before and co-located at the exchange to get an extra microsecond. And so it became really, really difficult for me to compete. And it was also no fun.
Yeah.
And I didn't want to go work for a big bank to trade. I was used to working for myself. I didn't want to go work for a big bank, which was really the only way to do it at that point. And I had always been interested in sort of communications and political communications. I had done some like student newspaper stuff in college, and I started blogging in Colorado. And again, giving you the super abbreviated version, but my blogging got me to be invited to be a guest on some radio shows because I was blogging mostly about state and local politics. So people, Peter Boyles, Kaplis and Silverman, Mike Rosen, these people would have me as guests on their show to talk about stuff.
And I think I remember that now that you reminded me that you were a go-to on certain topics.
Yeah. And so a friend of mine had a show on a tiny station that you may know of, actually, in Greeley called KFKA. Yeah, and so my friend Amy had a show up there, and she asked me to do a guest hit with her to talk about something. And I said, yeah, that sounds like fun. Can I come do it in studio with you? I'd love to see what that looks like. And she said, sure. So I went and did the guest hit with her. And I, at the end, I said, this really seems like so much fun. Could I maybe fill in for you if you take a day off? And in KFKA, unlike where I work now, is a small family-owned station with no real corporate bureaucracy, right? iHeart is, KOA is part of iHeart, which is very, very, very big. And, there's a lot of layers of management and so on. At KFKA, the guy who was running the board was the co-owner of the station. And, so he said, yeah, sure. And Amy took a day off. I came in and filled in, and I was instantly hooked. They say that you can be addicted to heroin if you use it once. And I don't know if that's true, but that's how I was with radio. And I just made it my business to just offer myself up to be a fill-in at KFKA and then other places, and and I ended up doing a couple years on another station, KNUS, that I'm sure you know. I did a couple years of Sunday nights for no money, driving 50 miles each way to and from the show.
I was just FYI sales manager at KNUS for about 5 years. So I know.
I mean, you might have been sales manager when I was doing my stuff there, but nobody cared about selling Sunday nights, especially on right. But
I was part of who brought Peter Boyles over at that era. So at that time frame. So when he came over to KNUS, if you recall that. But anyway, go ahead. I want to hear.
Yeah, and so I just kept making myself available and kept doing this. So the Sunday nights thing, it was kind of my own show, but I did it for free because they weren't going to pay any money on a Sunday night. But I knew I needed to get better. I needed, if I were going to have a chance to make a real career out of it, and eventually so going to Rosen now, I got to know Rosen a little bit through some other stuff that I won't bother with. And he went to management there and said, hey, would you give this guy Ross a chance to fill in for me? And eventually they did. And that led me to being on KOA on weekend mornings. And then that got me the KHOW morning drive job that I did for 6 years. Yep. And then I got, I guess you'd call it a promotion to be on KOA. And that was about 4 years ago.
4 years ago. Okay, so first of all, congratulations. The old AC/DC song, "It's a Long Way to the Top If You Want to Rock and Roll." And as far as radio in the Rocky Mountain region, 850 KOA, the Blowtorch, is the top. So God bless you and congratulations. You got to feel pretty good about that if you feel that way, the way I do about KOA. 50,000 watts. By the way, I just found out a few weeks ago, I had Lee Larson on the show. And I thought when KOA went on the air in like the 1920s or whenever that was, that they started calling it the Blowtorch. Well, I just found out when Lee was on the show, it was Lou from Littleton, Tom Manoogian, who coined the phrase 850 KOA, the Blowtorch.
I did not know that.
I didn't either, and I always thought it was always there. But KOA, so why I'm patting you on the back cyberly, whatever. So I drove a tractor at a ranch farm between Chugwater, Wyoming, and Wheatland, Wyoming, in a place, there's no town, called Slater, Wyoming. I lived in a bunkhouse. And remember, I had moved from Miami, Florida at 15 years old to Wheatland, Wyoming. And that's a long story. It has to do with family and divorce and so on. But they sent me to Wyoming. It ended up immediately the summer that I was there in a bunkhouse doing cowboy things in Slater, Wyoming. And the tractor had an AM radio in it. And that's it. And sometimes you'd have to do these wheat rows. So they had cattle and they had wheat. They were growing wheat. And some of these almost a mile long, the rows of wheat. And you'd have to take the cultivator to it. Then eventually you had to harvest it. So you'd be in a combine doing the same thing with the AM radio. Remember, this is like 1976, 77. And the radio had 850 KOA, obviously. You could pick it up anywhere, especially in southeastern Wyoming. And that's when I tried to emulate voices like Bob Martin. By myself, can you imagine if somebody drove by and watching me now, just yapping away, trying to sound like them? Bob Martin, Larry Zimmer, Gus Merkus, Steve Kelly, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So that my entire radio career starts from me trying to sound like a radio announcer in the cab of a tractor in Slater, Wyoming. And
that's a great story.
That's why I mean it when I say congratulations. Very proud of you because, I've seen. I kind of jumped in there in the middle when you were at KHOW, but I saw the potential for it, dude. I'm not surprised at all. And I do listen to you on occasion. You're multimedia. There's a lot of ways to catch you doing radio. What are some of them?
So as you said, 850 AM is the big signal. If someone's local here in Denver, we have a smaller FM signal, 94.1.
Right.
The big things online, KOAcolorado.com. You can listen on the website. And then, of course, the iHeartRadio app is the huge thing. And it's actually interesting, Bags, how many people listen to radio by streaming now. I don't know my exact number, but it's more than a third are listening streaming. So with the iHeartRadio app there you go. You've got it on your phone right there, or desktop computers. But the app is really enormous. And then, of course, like the rest of the world, podcast is getting much bigger too. Yep. So I've got lots and lots of people who listen to the podcast, and not just in Colorado. It's kind of interesting how many of them started in Colorado, but I'll get emails from people who are all around the country who are listening either on the app or on the podcast. And it's kind of cool to be not exactly a national show, but have people all over the place.
You bet. Well, that's kind of the format here. So we're Cowboy State Daily. We're big time into the digital newspaper, the newsletter, newspaper, email, incredibly powerful staff. The guy who founded it and is the executive editor, Jimmy Orr, was my rock and roll radio show co-host in Cheyenne from about 1984 to 88, 89 when I moved to Denver and started my Denver career. So he gets big time legitimate. He ends up being like press secretary for Dick Cheney. You know, I would see him at news conferences on TV when the Wyoming contingent, Malcolm Wallop, Alan Simpson, and Dick Cheney would be on TV. And there would be Jimmy, who I knew as a numbskull, rock and roll radio DJ. We were the ones trying to do the shock jock radio stuff in Cheyenne back in the 80s. He goes totally legit. I end up in Denver. And the point was that we had, at the time, there was, nobody was doing podcasts. I mean, even blogs. You must have been one of the original bloggers, because you go back that far doing blogs.
Yeah, I was pretty early. And after a few years, if you tried to start blogging, you couldn't have gotten anywhere because the space was so crowded and everyone was doing one. Yeah. Kind of like how the podcast space is now, or YouTube space is now. For every person you see who's successful on YouTube, there's probably literally 100,000 who aren't.
Exactly. Well, and that so this show is broadcast. We have 3 for sure that I know of. There may have been a 4th broadcast station added today or this week.
Excellent.
Sundance, Wyoming, if you're listening. Cheyenne, Torrington, Jackson, Wyoming are broadcasting us. And that just relatively recent with the broadcast side. So up until about 2 months ago or so, I was able to drop some expletives because we were just streaming. Back to being careful. But anyway, but we're on YouTube. We have probably the bulk of our audience listens from that newsletter, which is like 95,000 subscribers. And that's where we promote this show, and that's where they can, click on the radio drop down and listen to us. Facebook Live, X Live. So, how many people are listening? I don't know. But yeah. I know how many people have access to us, and it's quite a bit. So, but anyway, so similar.
That's fantastic. Congratulations on your success.
Well, this is Bags supposedly approaching retirement. And just wanted to keep my foot in the door. It gets in you, as you know, and you will be an older guy with this much gray hair at some point, still wanting to do radio. And so they gave me this opportunity on Saturday. It's my only show. I sub-host for the weekday host, Jake Nichols, sometimes. And we just added a Sunday show. Jeff Rickards will be starting here. I don't think tomorrow. I think it's a week from tomorrow. So we'll have 7 days a week, 6A to 10A, live radio. So hey, let's do a break. And when we come back, I want to talk about Denver. I've listened to you and I hear, and just FYI, I don't do a lot of politics. It's Saturday, kind of the entertainment, sports, lifestyle. And sometimes it's the elephant in the room stuff. And I have to. Because as I described my family, I have loved ones on all sides of the spectrum, my friend. And me, as you can imagine, who ran kicking and screaming as fast as he could back to Wyoming, you could probably predict my politics. But you have done a really good job of walking that fine line. And so I do want to talk about Denver. And where it's at and what's happening there. And us Wyoming folk, a lot of us, Denver's our big city too, pal. And we have our concerns. So let's do this break and come back and talk about it a little bit. And I appreciate you being here this morning. Thanks, Ross.
Thanks for having me.
8:27, and this is your buddy Bags on Cowboy State Daily Radio. Stay tuned.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
We all make choices. When it comes to alcohol, kids make choices whether to drink or not.
Bye, Dad.
Bye-bye.
Remember, I'm going to Alex's party tonight and sleeping over.
Have fun. Hey, have a seat for a second. Remind me about that party again?
Alex is just...
And adults make choices whether to talk about it. That's true of parents and every other trusted adult in a kid's life. Kids want to know our expectations when it comes to alcohol and other drugs. They want guidance and honest answers to their questions. And it makes a difference when the message is consistent and part of everyday conversations. So talk with your kids and help lead them on a positive path. Because when you talk, they hear you. For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
I don't think many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way, my kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
Hey, welcome back to Cowboy State Daily Radio. John Baggett, also known as Bags. It's 8:30 on a Saturday. I'm talking with 9, 8, and noon host on talk radio in Denver, 850 KOA, the blowtorch of the Rockies, and probably most of Wyoming, maybe not quite up here, unless it's on a clear night here in Sheridan, Wyoming. Quick weather outlook today, a mix of sun, increasing clouds, some patchy smoke areas, chance for afternoon rain, and there's a fire weather watch for south central Wyoming, breezy in some areas, highs upper 90s, lows tonight 40s to low 60s. Right now here in Sheridan, Sheridan, Wyoming is 67 degrees, clear skies. Jackson, Wyoming, 48 degrees. Torrington, 72, all clear, sunny skies. Casper at 68, Cheyenne at 69. And Baggs, Wyoming, Ross, it's 69. Great place. I got a dollar bill up there in the Baggs bar in Baggs, Wyoming that says Baggs was here. And it's my old business card because when I was on the radio at the Fox sister station 103.5, the Fox there, I went by Baggs there too. So
as well you should.
Everybody in my family's a Baggs in one way, shape, or form. So as we went to the break, I kind of warmed you up to the fact that we have our concerns about Denver. I know why, a few of the reasons why we left and decided to come home to Wyoming. My family lives up here in Sheridan and has since 1979, so we got up here quite a bit. And it was just to me and my wife and I, she's probably out there listening. She caught that. Anyway, it took a little convincing. We love Denver. We moved to Denver in 1989, and we raised our boys. Our boys grew up and grew out all the way. 32 years in Denver. Love it. But we saw a lot of changes, and most of them not good, just being frank with you, Ross. So I'm going to ask you, maybe get your perspective first. What are some of the primary issues in Denver right now? I know that's a broad question. Oh my gosh. But, what if you did like top 3 or 4 issues that Denver is dealing with?
Number one's probably cost of housing. It's incredibly expensive to live here now. We can come back to any of these as you want.
You bet we will.
Crime is still a big issue, although it's improving. What else? And then, again, this is a little more of a political statement than a kind of a very specific thing about Denver, but there is this overall trend in Denver and the state overall with a very significant leftward shift. And, they want free everything, which means taxing the heck out of the productive people to redistribute it to everybody else. And I don't love it. I don't love it. There's been a huge demographic change with lots and lots of people moving here from California and lots of people from other places too, but enormous numbers from California. I think part of the change was when we were the first state to legalize marijuana. And actually, I'm a libertarian. I don't really care what adults want to do with their own bodies. But as far as the demographics here, when you're the first state, and then for a long time, one of only 2 states, the other one was Washington State, that had legalized recreational marijuana, lots of people who want to smoke pot moved here. And a lot of those folks are going to be people who you can imagine might lean a little bit left politically. Mm-hmm. And they, between all that, the character of the state has changed a lot. When I got here a little over 20 years ago, we had a Republican governor.
Yep.
And we had Cory Gardner at some point a little bit after that as a Republican senator. But now in Colorado overall, there is not one Republican holding statewide office, meaning an office that everybody in the state would vote on, like governor or attorney general or whatever. There isn't a Republican, and I don't see that there's going to be, and there's definitely not in Denver. I mean, Denver is trying to turn itself into Portland or Seattle.
Yeah, and that was another. I don't know if it made it the sanctuary city designation. Probably it does irk a lot of people up here. We're the highest percentage of Trump voters in the nation, 73%, I think, of us. There's only one county, and that's Teton County, Jackson, Wyoming, that voted Democrat for the presidency. And so generally, but I also know that there's, and like Sheridan itself has drawn a lot of folks from other places. So using Denver as somewhat of a model of how things can change with demographics and folks coming from other places and bringing their politics with them. Is that how you see of what happened to Denver? And because when Deb and I got there in 1989, Denver was a big cow town. It was, you see cowboys walking down the street, and the National Western Stock Show and the Broncos were the biggest thing happening there. And boy, did that somewhere in the late 90s, I would say, when all of a sudden there was folks coming from other places, California being just one of them, we saw things starting to change. What do you think?
Yeah, so you were here a lot longer ago than I was, right? So I got here in 2004, and so there were already a lot of big changes in the, let's say, 15 years before, from 1989 that you described to 2004, and then in the ensuing 20 years, a lot more. When I got here 20 years ago, I would not say Denver was still a cow town then. And there was a lot of a lot of technology companies have moved into the area, bringing a lot of, young, smart people, sort of Silicon Valley types.
Right.
They tend to lean left. I mean, young people generally tend to lean a little bit left. So you had a lot of that. And I do think it's an interesting question whether people, let's say, moving to Wyoming or moving to Sheridan, Wyoming, might tend to change the politics of those places, or whether those places would either attract people who are already somewhat conservative,
yes,
or change the politics of the people who arrive and make them somewhat conservative, right? I wonder about that, because I think Denver attracted a lot of liberals because it was already liberal. It wasn't a conservative town. It's not like a lot of liberals moving to Sheridan or Cheyenne or any of that.
Well, I remember what I do remember is we wanted to go see. It was like going to see the orangutan display at the zoo. We'd go to Boulder to see liberals.
Yeah.
So
oh my gosh.
Through the 80s and 90s, it was a fun trip to go down Pearl Street and see people smoking pot and playing guitars and doing yo-yo demonstrations. And so at that time, again, I think time frame wise, I'm pretty close, because Denver was still conservative. And absolutely some of the counties, Jefferson and then Douglas and the counties around there and Aurora they voted Republican. And then the shift started happening. But I remember that was a pilgrimage to go check out the liberals in Boulder. And then it just kind of oozed and eased and out it went, and then pretty soon it just covered pretty much every metro area location with
it's true. And Boulder is still its own thing. Like Boulder still stakes out that far left edge
for that.
But it's not as far as Pearl Street Mall and stuff, I think it's not quite as interesting as it used to be because Boulder is so expensive now, and you don't tend to find lots of hippies. And I think hippies are fun, I don't agree with them on everything, but they're fun. But it's hard to find a lot of hippies in a place where the average home price, whatever Boulder is, $1 million or more than $1 million. It's very, very expensive. It's all so gentrified. The other, and just sticking with this for a second, one thing I've noticed quite a bit lately is more Texas license plates here, and just in the national scene, it seems like there's a lot of sorting of people who are, I think liberals in conservative places, a lot of them are moving to liberal places and vice versa. So I've had quite a number of listeners, especially older listeners, say, I'm leaving Colorado. I'm moving to Missouri. I'm moving to Arkansas. I'm moving to Arizona, a few Florida, not as many as you might think. And at the same time, I'm seeing Texas license plates here. And I kind of wonder if that's liberal Texans leaving Texas and, conservative New Yorkers or whatever moving to Texas. And to get back to your bigger question, will these people moving around change the politics of the place? Or is it people who already share those politics who are moving to those places?
Well, here in Wyoming, and we have seen, and I have currently, home shoppers. My real job is real estate agent with Century 21 BHJ here in Sheridan. Of course, I'm licensed throughout the state, and I have contacts and associates that I work with. If somebody says, hey, what about Laramie? Hey, what about Jackson or whatever? And because of a significant number, and I'm currently working with two couples who want to leave Denver for the political reasons we just brushed on, that want to live in a more conservative area of the world and get away too from just the congestion and traffic, etc. But here in Sheridan especially, we've seen probably a growth of 1,500 people in just the last 3 or 4 years, ever since COVID. People from Chicago, people from Denver, people from looking for a place to go that may fit what they where they feel safer, maybe where I think it's traffic drove me out, probably number one. But there's been a significant movement of people to Wyoming, unrelated to Jackson Hole, because Jackson, we make fun of the fact that California chased the millionaires out, and the billionaires chased the millionaires out, and the millionaires moved to Wyoming. And so they have, it's just kind of completely different. You get 20 miles from Jackson and you are in deep red country right away, and the rest of the state. But I do think there's concern here of changing the lifestyle, especially Sheridan. Sheridan is very much a equestrian, cowboy, Western lifestyle kind of place. And there is concern and discussion about folks moving here that bring the politics and what we perceive, some of us perceive as bringing the problems and the politics of the places that they're bailing out of and bringing it here to this lifestyle. Does that make sense to you?
It makes perfect sense. So, all right, I got a couple things to say. First, like in the past month or so, I've had our governor on my show, Jared Polis, and I've had your governor on my show.
Yes, sir.
And I'd rather have yours.
Okay.
And I say that, and Jared is a friend of mine, but I'm very impressed with your governor,
Governor Gordon,
and we talked about everything from cryptocurrency to energy. You don't have the same kind of massive illegal alien problem that Denver has. That's actually an issue I should have brought up before. The illegal aliens here, Denver specifically, more than just the whole state, is a really big issue. But you got to fight for this stuff as far as maintaining the culture. And I think that typically conservatives to some degree and libertarians to a large degree, and there's definitely a libertarian self-reliant streak in Wyoming.
Absolutely.
That I had hoped was going to be in Colorado when I moved here 21 years ago. And there was a little bit, but not so much anymore. There was only even a little by the time I got here. And, conservatives and libertarians, we don't like to spend much of our time telling other people what to do, right? I mean, conservatives will on some social issues, but mostly, your daily life, your economic life, the Democrats want to regulate absolutely everything. They're also fond of using whatever power they have to change things to be however they want them to be. Look how they've taken over the universities, for example, to do this exact thing. And, folks like you and me, you're probably more conservative and I'm probably more libertarian. But, we're busy doing our own thing and we're not spending our time thinking about how we can make everybody else conform to how we think they should live. And if we don't defend ourselves before we look up, right, you're going to have universities that are allowing pro-Hamas, and we let it get away from us because it's not in our nature to go tell people how to live. But the enemy or the opposition or whatever you want to call them, it's what they do every day.
Well, and you nailed it when you said, because Wyoming, in my opinion, is state number one when it comes to live and let live. Folks here don't like people telling them what to do, and generally, they don't tell other people what they should do. As far as the concerns about some, homosexuality and some of these, I think that's stereotyped, because what trumps that, maybe racism, some of these things that might be attached to very rural parts of our country do not apply here. And I say that enough to spike my microphone. It doesn't apply here because what trumps that, pardon the pun, is the reality of live and let live. I don't care who you sleep with. I don't care the color of your skin. If you work hard, if you're conscientious, if you're respectful, you will be treated just fine. You will run into racists, you will run into homophobes, you will run into those people. They're here. like everywhere else. But I think the percentage of is way lower than what may be perceived about us folks here in Wyoming. Thanks for letting me rant on that. I got to do my last break. And when we come back, let's fix something. What do we do next? So, all right, this is Ross Kaminsky. He is the 9 to noon talk radio host on 850 KOA. We call it the blowtorch of the Rockies. And we're talking about Big Brother, Denver or Colorado, the state just south of Paradise. When we get back here on Cowboy State Daily Radio with your buddy Bags, it's 8:48. Thanks for joining us.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
Wyoming is a big state. There are so many stories to tell, and here at Cowboy State Daily, we pride ourselves in bringing those stories to you every day. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the experienced journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SCM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
Well, as I mentioned to Ross, my weekday job, I'm busy working with folks in their efforts to buy and sell real estate. I work with Bruce Garber and a great team at Century 21 BHJ here in Sheridan. I've known Bruce since we were teenagers, and man, he's developed a great reputation of honesty and integrity, and he works hard on behalf of our Century 21 BHJ clients. So whether selling a property or buying, Century 21 BHJ has been here in Sheridan since 1908. I'm licensed statewide in Wyoming for Century 21, and we have a huge network of very capable people in places outside of Sheridan where I live. We have folks in Gillette, Laramie, Cheyenne, Casper, Buffalo, and yours truly here in Sheridan, and many other Wyoming communities. We're selling homes, townhomes, farmland, ranches, cabins in the hills, and of course some raw land if you want to get away from it all. So go to my website sometime. It's johnbaggett.sites.c21 and .homes. Let me do that again. John Baggett, BAGGET.sites.c21.homes. Check out some of the inventory we have on there right now. You can customize your search. You can sign up for my newsletter while you're there. and get market information, mortgage rates, and I post my blog on there as well. So again, it's john.sites.c21.homes, and you can put that in your browser and check it out, or you can text me right here to my studio at 307-278-9598. You can call that number too and leave a message, or you can email me at john, John, at c21bhj.com, and I have that number, 307-278-9598, on the screen for you. All right, we're back. Ross Kaminsky is with us from Denver. Do you live in Denver proper, or are you in the burbs?
I'm in the burbs, but like half a mile from Denver proper. Yeah, I live like 8-minute drive from the radio station, Bags.
Ah, that's paradise. I had that Lakewood to the Radio Taj Mahal commute when we left, and when we were downtown, even when traffic was heavy, it was 15 minutes from 6th and Kipling to 13th and Lawrence. Is that before your time? Were we already in the Taj Mahal at the Tech Center when you got there?
Yeah, we were already there. And I have to say, I almost laughed. I almost laughed out loud when you said you moved away because of the traffic. Because if you think it was bad when you left, you should see it now.
I was there recently. We come back. We have family. My wife's family is there, so we're back regularly. And you know what? I sat at a left-hand turn signal this recent. I went down and took 3 of my nephews to see Metallica. And hey, Uncle John, you're a headbanger. Can you take us to Metallica? Dad won't take my brother, whose music taste a little bit soft. Wouldn't take him. So I did, and my wife bought me a plane ticket for Father's Day, and yeah, I've had a ball. However, I was sitting in a left-hand turn lane. It was, where's Columbine? What's the main street that goes east and west by Columbine?
Bowles.
Bowles. I'm on Bowles. I'm turning left onto Wadsworth. It was the third rotation that I got to finally turn. And so that I calculated we were there for at least 8 minutes with no Bags exaggeration. And I thought to myself, 32 years in Denver, how much of my life and that commute on a day with no snow, no accidents, no construction, it was a 40-minute commute from basically Kipling and Mississippi to the Tech Center at Monaco and Quebec. And I thought about how much of my life did I leave there where I could have been fly fishing or something else. So
yeah.
You don't have to ask. You know what I do? And now you're going to be on my list since I've got all your contact information. When here in Sheridan we have this issue where the turkeys like to cross the road right there on Main Street. And I got the picture here. And it caused like a 6-car backup traffic jam. So I took a picture of it. It is right there on Main Street where the main Coffee and Avenue intersects. Took a picture of it and I sent it to a bunch of people that you know.
Mm-hmm.
And said, hey, we need traffic copter 85 up in the air to cover this
that's hilarious.
Jam.
You know, I just shared a story on the show a couple of weeks ago about the hugely increasing number of wild turkeys in Colorado too. And they're such cool animals, aren't they? They're really wacky animals. I like them.
They're odd. I don't know. Ben Franklin,
they're odd, yeah.
As brilliant as he was, wanted that as our national bird. I'm glad he got outvoted. Real quickly, I can't believe it. Yeah, I can. We got about 4 minutes left in the show, and I wanted you to, because you just had, I heard the interview with Kelly Caulfield. I heard the interview with Mayor Johnston. There's plans to fix a few things. If you can narrow it down, what are they doing well or better?
In Denver specifically,
yeah.
They've done a little better at getting some police recruiting numbers up. And so they're paying a little more attention to not just big picture law enforcement, murder and, carjacking and stuff, but also what you might think of as quality of life. So especially in the tourist areas like 16th Street Mall, they now have a dedicated force and maybe a little office or something right there on 16th Street Mall. And they're trying to make Denver into a place that tourists want to come back to more. And also, since that's right by downtown Denver has had a much slower recovery than a lot of other metro areas in terms of people coming back to work in the office buildings, right? And part of that is because the crime and the homelessness that the previous mayors of Denver, and this one has had to fight that off a little bit despite his own very liberal instincts, but the previous mayors of Denver have just made Denver much too easy a place to come and be homeless. One other thing, you mentioned sanctuary city. It is a little bit of a sanctuary city, but it doesn't need to do too much by itself because we are a sanctuary state. It's actually in state law. And so the cities don't even have to do very much, and they're all basically sanctuary cities. But, you know, as you might remember, I know I got to finish up here, the governor of Texas sent many, many thousands of illegal aliens who had crossed the border into Texas to Denver, saying, hey, if you're going to say all this stuff about how welcoming you are to illegals, here you have them. And then we ended up with, you know, closing rec centers so the elderly couldn't go do their exercises anymore because they wanted to house illegal aliens there. It's getting better now. It's still a thing.
Wow. Well, with this little bit of time, I want to ask you to do me a favor. Give Shannon a hug. He's been there a long ass time, dude. He has saved me on many a broadcast, you know, as he's probably saved you. And tell him Bags has learned to appreciate you more now that he's technically producing his own show. And then I know Kathy Walker just retired. Is Pat Woodard still there?
Yep, Pat's still there.
Just say hello to everybody and say Bags is alive and well. And come up and see me. I mean, it's straight north. You can't miss us. And you turn left at I-90 right before you hit Montana, and you're here. So, hey, Ross Kaminsky, 850 KOA, media mogul practically here. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it very much. And we're going to hit the top of the hour, man. Still hitting the post, my friend. You're listening to Cowboy State Daily Radio and your buddy Bags. We'll be back.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. In October of 2023, 33-year-old Katie Ferguson vanished while traveling home to Wyoming with her on and off boyfriend, Adam Aviles Jr., who was 26 at the time. Now hikers and other outdoors men and women in Park County are asked to be on the lookout for two objects that could advance the murder investigation into the disappearance of the Cody woman. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland spoke to the Park County Sheriff and Ferguson's mother about how the public can help in the investigation.
Katie Ferguson's mother reached out to me like, there are still some objects that are believed to be out there, potentially in Park County. Can we let people know to keep an eye out? A pink tote with DNA in it, which an investigator at Adam Aviles sentencing described in much more graphic terms than that, and the front seat to a Dodge Durango. These are things that just the compilation of interviews and evidence indicate could still be out there somewhere, and if they are, could be opportunities for a breakthrough in the case.
Though long a suspect in what authorities believe to be Ferguson's murder, Aviles has not been charged with murder. He was, however, sentenced in September of last year to 7 years and 3 months in prison for the charge of being a felon in possession of ammunition. As President Donald Trump's mission to do away with the U.S. Department of Education progresses, Wyoming is eager to exercise more control over how education happens here. That's what Governor Mark Gordon said Thursday on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake Nichols. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson reports that, in Gordon's view, Wyoming and the other states in America need to change a bit of the conversation about education.
He has just recently been named chairman of the Education Commission of the states. It's a bipartisan group that helps out with policy and helps individual states do things with education. He also talked a lot about having the states having more control over education. If the states know what they're doing better than the feds do, he called the feds a bunch of talking heads who try to put everything in a one-size-fits-all box.
Wyoming Superintendent of Public Instruction, Megan Degenfelder, also has been vocal about states having more autonomy, saying they know their children better than bureaucrats back east. Campbell County Commissioner Jerry Means said he would not have signed off on a letter that his county sent this week to the U.S. Department of the Interior had he been given a chance to review it again. The expansive letter was approved as a consent agenda item without detailed review by commissioners, but Means told Cowboy State Daily's David Madison that he now has concerns about language in it regarding public land sales.
He had some issues with some language around the disposal or sale of public land, as we know is a really hot button issue. In talking to these folks, they made it clear that this is a case-by-case basis. And so, yes, they want to have the flexibility to possibly purchase federal land, trade federal land, sell federal land for the benefit of the county. But the language was sensitive enough that at least one county commissioner would like to revise it and said he wouldn't have signed the letter had he actually read it.
Though not explicitly mentioned in the letter, Means also worried that the document might inadvertently open the door to the possibility of nuclear waste to make its way to Campbell County. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Find expert vascular care right here in Wyoming. Wyoming Interventional and Vascular Associates, or WEVA, is a division of Casper Medical Imaging and is home to experienced subspecialized physicians and physician assistants who provide comprehensive services to treat vascular disease. From PAD and AAA to venous disease, WEVA offers tailored solutions to get you back to enjoying the things you love. Schedule a consultation with WEVA today at caspermedicalimaging.net/WEVA or by calling 307-577-1003.
Well, those at or near the Casper-Natrona International Airport on Wednesday afternoon saw something that would have scrambled U.S. fighter pilots during the Cold War: a Russian fighter jet flying over and landing on American soil. But it's not the Cold War anymore, and Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck reports that the twin-engine Russian-made Mikoyan MiG-29 fighter that landed in central Wyoming was unarmed and just there for some fuel.
That MiG is the only one in the United States. It's privately owned by a billionaire who was the Trump administration's initial nominee for NASA, but then he was withdrawn. They said he flew in from Oshkosh. He stopped in, got some fuel, talked to some people for a while, and then he took off to Montana, where he lives.
That pilot is Jared Isaacman, according to the Oshkosh Air Show organizers. He's the billionaire owner of the plane and an astronaut who's flown missions for SpaceX. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
.05 Cowboy State Daily Radio. Hey, it's your buddy Bags. Last hour of my show. It is sunny and 67 degrees in Sheridan, Wyoming right now. That's where my little studio is. Forecast says a mix of sun with increasing clouds, chance for afternoon rain in Wyoming all day today in early afternoon. Weather watch, a fire weather watch is in effect. Some areas pretty dry, especially the southern central part of the state. Highs from near 80 to the upper 90s, lows from near 40 to the low 60s. Welcome back to Cowboy State Daily. I'm going into the Zoom room here with a young man. It's Braxton Stone. He's with the Colorado Air National Guard, among other things. And this is me continuing my series, Braxton, on our brave men and women serving their country. As you know, your cousin's doing that as well, but I'm very proud of the fact that you've now committed yourself to the country. Therefore, that's why I'm getting you up and out at 9 o'clock on a Saturday morning to be on the show with your Uncle John. He is my nephew. He is the son of my sister, Judy, and we have this great experience as a family. About a year ago now, was it, Braxton, when we went to your swearing-in ceremony in Colorado?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Hey, John, thanks for having me. It would have been about December 23, so about a year and a half. And then I actually just had my 1-year anniversary of leaving for basic training back in July 7th of last year. So, yeah, it's been one heck of a ride so far. I really, really enjoyed it. Met all kinds of amazing individuals and learned a lot about myself in the process as well. Oh yeah, for sure. But yeah, I'm loving it. I mean, it's really been just an incredible opportunity to be in an area where, I mean, I'm like a kid in a candy store every single day. You know, I show up to work in a hangar full of jet fighters out on the flight line, watching them, you know, take off and come back and fly overhead. And, you know, it's nowhere else could you get an experience quite like that. So it's definitely a really, really cool thing to do.
So before we get too far into you and you having sworn the oath with the Colorado Air National Guard, tell us a little bit about you, your background, where you're from. I kind of know, but my listeners probably would like to hear. So where are you from? And then we'll get you out to Colorado and into the Air National Guard.
Yeah, so I'm an East Coast kid, born and raised. So my mom, your sister, was the lone splitter that moved from out of Wyoming, Colorado, out of the Rockies, and you know, made her way out to the East Coast, where she met my dad and settled down and raised my sister and I. So I was born and raised in Maryland. Spent the first 23 years of my life out there, outside of Baltimore, and from there, yeah, I went to college at University of Maryland, Baltimore County, just outside of downtown there. Got my degree in information systems, and that was the plan for for the time being. I was going to go do some cybersecurity work, which I did for a few years, and then when it came time to sort of settle down, we moved up to New York, where I worked in cybersecurity for about 3 years. Got engaged to my now lovely wife, Kathleen, and we were deciding, hey, you know, it's time to set up shop somewhere, and, you know, where do we want to eventually raise a family and do all that? And I was like, well, it's definitely not New York City. So, you know, I've always been a big fan of Colorado. You know, we came out to Colorado basically every year growing up to see you and Deb and the cousins, and Joe Bro and his kids. And, you know, it was a place I always loved to come and hated to leave. So when we decided, hey, where do we want to set up? It was Colorado was on the short list. So,
and you're, are you still living downtown, or you recently moved?
Just outside of downtown, about 15 minutes southeast of downtown. Yeah. Cherry Creek area.
You and Kathleen had a place in us Wyoming folks would be like, wow, really? Had a place in Manhattan up until you moved out here to the Rocky Mountains.
Yeah. Yeah, that's
like?
right. I lived in the financial district, in the thick of it. I mean, basically the street I lived on, you walked outside, out the front door, and if you looked to the west, the World Trade Center was, you know, a few blocks that way. You know, it was towering over the view there. So really cool experience. But was definitely ready to leave and get somewhere a little bit more peaceful, open skies and fresh air. You know, someplace I could do some hiking and really get out into nature more. So,
wow. Let's get this out of the way right now. Who's your favorite uncle?
I don't think I have a choice, do I? It's
yeah.
I love all my uncles equally. They're all fantastic.
Yeah, whatever. What are you running for office?
Maybe one day.
With that kind of response, I'll be your campaign manager.
There you go.
How's that? So, you're educated,
allegedly,
Maryland, and then so where did you go to college?
Yeah, undergrad is at University of Maryland, Baltimore County, UMBC. Go Retrievers. Most people probably know we were back in 2016, I believe it was. We were the first 16th seed in March Madness to upset a #1 seed overall, and that's kind of what put us on the map. So I was there that year in school, and boy, was it a crazy time to be a Retriever. That's for sure.
You bet. And so, all right, let's transition now. You get out to Colorado. Who were you working for, or are working for, when you got here?
Yeah, sure. So when I first moved out to Colorado, I was still with IBM doing cybersecurity consulting, same company I was with in New York. I was a remote employee at the time because, you know, it was kind of leftover COVID era where you could sort of live and work wherever you wanted to. So I got out to Colorado and was doing that. And, you know, we moved into our place here, and I'm in a big high-rise building here. And every few days we would get a flyover of jet fighters just right over the top of our building, heading back over to the base, which is pretty much directly east, about 20 minutes where I'm at. And it was like they were teasing me. I mean, it was like every day, you know, you just hear a rip overhead. I'd run over to the window and look at them and be like, oh, yeah, there they go, you know. And I was just, it was just beckoning at me. You know, it was like, it's something I've always thought was just the coolest thing in the world since I was a little kid. Just being obsessed with the military and, you know, all the, you know, planes, tanks, guns, you know, the history of it all, watching, you know, documentaries and stuff growing up. So it's something that's always kind of been on my mind, but not something that I ever thought was something I was actually going to do until I moved out to Colorado and saw that, well, you know, the base is right down the road. You know, I'm getting a flyover all the time. So I was like, well, why don't I go check it out? I mean, what's the worst that could happen? And so, you know, set up an appointment with a recruiter and got a tour of the base and met some folks. And, you know, just being there, I was like, yeah, I can't deny this is the coolest thing I could imagine. Like, this is, you know, it's something I have to do. You know, it's something that's been on my mind for my entire life, basically. If I don't do it, I'm going to regret it. And so, yeah, so I decided to enlist, about December 23. I joined the avionics unit. So basically what the avionics folks do is we are responsible for maintaining all of the electronic systems in the F-16. So the Air National Guard, specifically out of Buckley Space Force Base, we fly a squadron of F-16 jet fighters. They're, you know, one of our smaller, you know, air-to-air, air-to-ground multi-role jet fighters. And I'm responsible for maintaining all the electronic systems. So think like the radar, communications, all the radios, electronic warfare systems, you know, jamming and things like that. And all that good stuff. So basically everything in the cockpit that the pilot interacts with while he's flying, it's my job to make sure that that works.
Yeah, that's a big responsibility. Man, you must have gotten some of the DNA from your dad, because us Baggets aren't very math oriented. And it sounds like a lot of math and calculation to me. Are you digging it? I mean, good decision to do this?
Oh yeah, big time. I mean, it's every day is something different. You know, no jet ever comes down with the same problem. It seems like, you know, every day it's a new system that you are kind of learning how it works, sort of in the heat of the moment, and then going out there and trying to troubleshoot what exactly has gone wrong and what part needs to be replaced, and how to get that jet back up and operational in as quickly as possible. So it definitely keeps you on your toes, and there's never a shortage of issues that need to be fixed. I mean, these jets are almost 40 years old at this point. I believe ours are all manufactured in 86, 87, and 88. So, you know, they're getting up there. I mean,
it's time to trickle down with some of the ones that are replacing with the F-22 and some of the other fighters that they
F-35.
What would be the one that would come down if they replace the active arsenal?
Yeah. So if they were to replace the F-16, there's talks of us getting the F-35 at some point in the next 5 to 10 years. That's kind of the one that they're shifting most. Like, so the A-10 is another really popular aircraft. A lot of people know, you know, it's got that giant 30 millimeter Gatling gun on it.
Big fan. You know, that's another big fan of the Warthog.
Oh yeah, those are really cool planes. But you know, they're old too, man. Like they've been in service for a long time, and their technology is starting to get to the point where, you know, the military is shifting over to near peer adversaries, right? We're getting ready for conflicts with what they call a near peer adversary. So that would mean, you know, countries that have similar levels of technology that we do, right? We're not just fighting you know, extremists in the Middle East anymore. We're looking at China, we're looking at Russia, we're looking at North Korea. We're, you know, countries that have advanced anti-aircraft capabilities, that have advanced jet fighters of their own, right? They have stealth technology.
Yeah.
You know, we're no longer just shooting at guys wearing sandals in the desert, right? You know, so part of that complication is, you know, we need to have stealth capabilities in a lot of our planes. We need to have advanced electronic warfare capabilities in a lot of our planes to be able to avoid the advanced threats that we intend to be facing in the future. So part of that is modernizing the existing fleet that the Air Force operates, and that's getting stealth jets around the clock. Yeah.
Does any of the drone technology, does the Colorado Air National Guard get involved with that? Is there a department for that at the National Guard level?
Not that I'm aware. I know it is something that we're focusing on. I mean, drones are the future of warfare, right? There are developments going on in the big Air Force in general of getting, contracts done with these defense contractor companies to get what they call like drone wingmen out there, right? So you can have one human pilot flying out there with a handful of drone wingmen escorting him that he can use, for both offensive and defensive capabilities. So basically, you're taking the skill and knowledge of one pilot, and you're multiplying that by giving him a bunch of drones that he can use at his disposal to help him accomplish his mission.
So, what is your rank at this point?
Yeah, so I'm in E3 right now. So that's airman first class in the Air Force. And that's when you enlist and you start out, that's kind of the rank that you hold for your first year or so, until you're able to promote to the next level. So,
and what is your commitment length when you enlist, and would you consider re-upping at the end of it, whatever that is?
Yeah, so there's all kinds of options. Most common when you're doing your first enlistment is either a 4-year or 6-year commitment. I did a 6-year commitment. And that there's all kinds of different benefits that are associated with whether you do 4 years or 6 years. The kind of sign-on bonus you can get if you sign up for a longer term. The rank that you'll come in with if you decide to go 4 versus 6 years. But I figured, hey, I'm planning on being in Colorado for the long term. I've got nothing, no reason to not go the full 6 years, and then from there we'll kind of reassess and see what comes after that. I have a goal of becoming a pilot myself at some point down the line.
Okay.
So,
well, you just skipped ahead to my next bullet point. You snuck a look through your right there. I was going to ask you about that. Is there a goal involved? Think about how much bad word, how easier it would be to learn to fly when you would know as much as you do about avionics. Don't you think that would be an asset? And I certainly know that not all pilots, whether domestic or military, would have a background in avionics like you do.
Yeah, exactly. So that's a big reason I settled on the avionics shop as where I wanted to go, because they told me, hey, you're going to learn how every system in the aircraft works and how to fix it. And some of the best pilots are former avionics guys, right? Okay. They're guys that learned how all these systems work, and they know sort of the back end of everything, and it gives them a great background when it comes to being a pilot. It makes the schooling is a little bit easier. You have a little bit more of an advantage starting out because you kind of already get a lot of the systems work in the jet, so you have a little bit of a leg up there on people coming in fresh that maybe have never flown military aircraft before. So that was certainly a big reason why I wanted to go avionics, so I could get that leg up,
that background. So have you flown with? I mean, do they have some of the trainers that have a front and a back seat? Have you gotten to go up and have that experience yet with some of the?
I have not yet. So most of our aircraft are single seat. The F-16 is a single seat fighter. They have 2-seat models, the F-16D model. They're few and far between. Every once in a while, we'll get one on loan from another unit. Maybe we'll trade them one of our good aircraft, and they'll send us their 2-seater model, and they'll do what's called incentive flights. So they'll have a pilot take somebody up in the back seat and give them that really cool experience of what 30,000 pounds of thrust feels like, taking off from the runway and doing all that kind of cool stuff. So it's a very competitive thing. Everybody wants to go up in the back seat of one, so you got to earn it. And I at some point, I'm sure I will receive an incentive flight, but I just haven't been around long enough. I'm low man on the totem pole right now, but
you won't be there long.
I'm putting in my time, and I'm making a name for myself. So yeah, at some point, maybe that'll be in the cards, but it would certainly be something I'm interested in.
All right, let's take a break here. This is Cowboy State Daily Radio. It's 9:21 here in the Rocky Mountain West. This is your buddy Bags with his nephew, Braxton Stone, who is a member of the Colorado Air National Guard, and with my regular check-in with all things military. We're going to talk some more about what he expects, what you, Braxton, expect to get out of this experience. You kind of teased it with the fact that you want to learn to fly, but there's much more than that. There's a lot of things leadership-wise and management-wise, et cetera, that come out of an experience like this. So we'll do the commercial break. We'll come back and we'll talk more with Braxton Stone here on Cowboy State Daily Radio with your buddy Bags.
From Yellowstone to Devil's Tower, the Bighorn Mountains to the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston, Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story, we'll crow about Crowheart, and yodel over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, Ten Sleep, good morning, welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Hannah, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Meet Norm. He lives with anxiety, but with the help of this latest innovation from Be Normal, he can be normal, just like everyone else. With the swipe of a finger, you can project happiness, confidence, machismo. Why settle for being real when you can be normal? The Normal Maker, new from Be Normal. This item doesn't really work because there's no such thing as normal. We're all different. What we like, how our brains work. In fact, 1 in 5 of us live with mental illness. Don't filter who you are. Start by talking to someone you trust. And remember, there is no normal.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming. With a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven, Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
Love is a lesson that doesn't end. It knows no conditions, so you better buckle in. Love keeps you on your toes. It never stops, only grows. Love isn't easy. It's a commitment, especially when they're being their most resistant. Love is being prepared for the journey ahead. Love doesn't let any concerns go unsaid. Love is finding the right seat so you can take a breath. But remember, love isn't lax. It always double checks. Check that your kids are in the right seat at nhtsa.gov/the right seat. Love protects.
Now there he is. What a stallion, huh? My nephew, Braxton Stone, in Denver, Colorado right now. He's part of the Colorado Air National Guard. Very proud of him for that fact. He and his cousin Joseph have both committed themselves to serve their country. And when you were thinking about it, did you think about your cousin JoJo's experience? That have any impact on you? I know it did me, but they wouldn't take me.
Yeah, I think you might need an age waiver if you were trying to join up.
We need a DJ here at the Department of Defense. Yeah.
Hey, everybody's heard the Good Morning Vietnam. There's an opportunity there.
Good for you. That's out of your demographic, and you nailed it. Good Morning Vietnam.
Yeah, but But talking with JoJo, I remember talking to him back as early as.
By the
like
way,
20...
let me interrupt here. That's Captain Joseph Baggett, aka JoJo. Would you have to salute him if you guys were like both in uniform? Does that?
Yes, I would technically have to salute.
I want to be there for that. Absolutely.
I gave him one at the wedding when he came by for the wedding. I saw him for the first time since I had joined, and I hit him with the captain salute. Yeah, and he thought that was pretty fun.
I should mention that Braxton but a couple months ago got married to beautiful Kathleen. It's kind of a family tradition, nephew, of us men out kicking our coverage when it comes to our women. I know how smart Kathleen is, and I know how beautiful she is, and I know how funny you look with that porn star mustache. So it's my job to keep you humble, I think.
Of course.
All right, I'll get serious again. You mentioned that getting out of this experience, a pilot license is on your agenda. That's great because I like to travel and I want a free ride always. No, seriously, but that's your goal. And maybe what else out of this experience do you think you'll get? So I'm currently taking flying lessons out of the Air Force Academy right now. So they have an aero club there down in the Springs that is available for military members and their families. So I've been going there about once a week, flying little Cessna 172s and just sort of racking up some flying hours. All of that is to get prepared for what they call rushing the fighter squadron. So, the 120th Fighter Squadron that operates out of Buckley Air Force Base, they do about once a year, they'll open up some seats to what they consider unexperienced pilots, right? Which just means you haven't flown a military aircraft before. We have all kinds of very highly qualified civilian pilots that will go up for that process, but what they consider your inexperienced pilots are just you're not already flying for the military, right? So what that process looks like, rushing the squadron, is basically you'll show up, you'll do a series of rush events, right? You'll get together, meet some of the pilots, sort of get your name out there. Cool.
There's some exams you have to take. So there's one is what they call a TBAS. It's a hand-eye coordination and multitasking test, where you're basically doing all kinds of different calculations and listening and balancing, digital gauges and things like that on the computer screen all at the same time. You're doing like 4 different things: math, listening for call signs, trying to track a moving object with a rudder and joystick, and basically that tests how your aptitude for your multitasking abilities, which is obviously very important. If you want to become a pilot, you got to be comfortable doing like 10 different things at the same time.
Right.
So
you'd think you'd be better at cornhole with all that coordination stuff required in the Colorado Air National Guard. A question I have for you, nephew, is, and by the way, this is E3?
Yeah.
E3 Air National Guard, and you're an airman? Is that how you refer?
Airman first class.
Airman first class with the Colorado Air National Guard in Air Force Base in Denver, Buckley Air Force Base. And he's with us this morning. It's 9:31, Cowboy State Daily Radio with John Baggett, a.k.a. Bags. And so I want to know, Joseph described some of the people, because he did his Special Forces training, as you know, and he served with some incredibly impressive, is serving with some very impressive individuals that we've been able to meet. So the people that you're serving with, are you seeing, how would I say this diplomatically, the types of men and women that are joining, do they share your level of patriotism and that instinct to serve their country? Is that what you see?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the men and women that I have the opportunity to serve with are some of the best folks that I've ever met in my life. I mean, I've worked in the civilian sector. I've gone to school. I've coached and played on various athletic teams and all that kind of stuff. And the folks that I serve with in the Colorado Air National Guard and in just the Air Force and military in general are some of the finest Americans I think you'll ever meet. Hardest working folks, dedicated, and what they sacrifice to do their jobs. A lot of folks will spend, 6+ months a year deployed overseas or, moved around every couple of years, and they have to pick up everything and go where they're told. And, that dedication and their hard work and their attitude in general is just awesome to see. And that's really what makes it all worth it. Obviously I enjoy my job and I enjoy the fact that I get to see cool things every day and all that. But what really keeps me motivated is the folks that I work with every day. Even on the bad days, I show up to work and, trying to fix a problem that we just can't figure out or whatever it is. And you know what, you get to, even when the work is rough, you get to do it with just the absolute best people.
Well, I see that with Joseph's experience in the Army as well. So one of the reasons I wanted to talk to you is it's very much a news item that recruitment numbers are up significantly. I did not look at Colorado Air National Guard specifically, but Army, Air Force, Marines, Coast Guard, Space Force, etc. Recruitment numbers are up. In fact, in some cases, they've surpassed their annual quotas and their goals significantly. And just a few years ago, if we were doing this shows, we'd be talking about the numbers being so far down, frighteningly scary that they were that low. And talking to Joseph, my son, who's in the Army, he has mentioned that he sees a caliber, not only the numbers up, but a caliber of American who are now joining the service, where numbers were down just a couple of years ago. What's your opinion on that?
Yeah, so I think there's a number of reasons that recruiting has kind of rebounded in the last year or so. And I think for one, we have we're transitioning to, like I mentioned earlier, the new near peer adversary that we're starting to focus on. I think that threat and that mission is very interesting to a lot of people. It seems like much more of a challenge moving forward for the military in general, and that it's something that we're going to need high caliber folks and a larger number of them in general if we're going to step up to those new near peer threats. So I think that is certainly a driving factor. People see the threat out of China and Russia and North Korea, and they say, look, I want to help defend my country against that. And that's certainly a huge motivating factor. Another I would say is just the benefits that the military is offering right now. I mean, life in almost every aspect is getting very expensive these days, whether trying to buy a home or paying for your health care or paying for college. A lot of people can't afford that, even with middle class income. You know what I mean? A lot of those goals people have of buying a house, going to school are just simply unattainable without some of the benefits that the military is offering, right? So whether that's being able to qualify for a VA home loan that you can get with a certain period of time, that's a $0 down mortgage that's usually, at least anywhere from 0.5% to 1% below your standard interest rates that everybody else is paying.
Hey,
you don't have to pay mortgage insurance.
Who's the real estate agent here?
That would be you, of course, if you're buying in Sheridan, Wyoming.
Yeah, you're nailing it. That's exactly accurate with. And if there's a veteran out there listening right now, or right now in current service, there are all kinds of incentives, including the VA loan with zero interest rate. It's exceptional. Make sure you look into that if you haven't already. But thanks for bringing that up, by the way.
Yeah, no, I'm definitely going to be using the VA home loan here in the next year or so to try to get into my first place. And it's a massive benefit. Makes owning a home much more affordable and just possible in general. But outside of owning a home, then I also mentioned the education benefits. Yeah. So obviously you have things like the GI Bill, like for our active duty folks that they can use to go to school and have that paid for. The Colorado Air National Guard specifically in Colorado will pay at this point now, as of recently, 100% of your in-state tuition. So you can go to pretty much any in-state state school and have 100% of your tuition waived, which I am taking advantage of right now. I'm going to CU Boulder, getting my master's in engineering management, and it'll be 100% covered as of this coming fall. The governor just passed some legislation that waives the tuition entirely. So that is a massive benefit for sure for folks that are looking to better their education and their career opportunities once they eventually leave the military. So that is huge. And then I also mentioned the healthcare. You know, obviously, if you're in the military, your healthcare is completely covered. You know, I know folks that have, especially recently had kids, and it didn't cost them a penny to have a baby, which, you know, I'm not sure if, for folks that aren't aware how much it costs to, have a kid, or just, medical complications in general. It's not cheap. So that's a huge benefit there, and a safety net for your family.
So you're doing research into that. Is there something that you want to announce, or this?
Not yet.
Breaking news.
No babies on the way.
If you
here,
get slapped in the back of the head, I'll know where Kathleen is, at least in the room. But yeah, God bless you. As you know, your cousin Alexander, whose wife Sophie is a professor, Dr. Sophie Rose. Her and Alex are bringing, God, please keep them safe and healthy, our first grandchild into the world in November. Alex gave me permission to talk about it. So we're going to talk some more. I want to hear, too, also some of your opinions on the challenges that you see from your perspective. You're a young man. What are you, 26 now? 20? How old are you?
28.
28.
Just turned 28.
Jeez, Louise. All right. Well, you're 28, a relatively young man. I want to get your perspective. Well, it's all things, being relative. When you're with your old Uncle John, you're pretty dang young. With those, we talked about those challenge, the trends, the positive trends with recruitment and the caliber of recruits that are joining the military. I want to hear from you a little bit about some of the challenges that you see that our military faces, and how to hit these numbers, and just a good chance for you to share from your experience what you see we should be doing or could be doing as we go forward. So this is Braxton Stone, ladies and gentlemen. He is my nephew from Judy Baggett Stone and Dave Stone. My sister's son, as you heard, he's engineering, getting his master's degree, and also serving his country with the Colorado Air National Guard, and very proud of him for that. So we'll come back. Let's do this last break. It's 9:40, and you're listening to Cowboy State Daily Radio with your buddy Bags. We'll be back.
Wyoming is a big state. There are so many stories to tell, and here at Cowboy State Daily, we pride ourselves in bringing those stories to you every day. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the experienced journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
The climate that we're operating under has everyone on the defensive.
You see a person and you automatically put them in a box and say, well, this is what this person should be like.
All of this ostracizing people, what are we afraid of?
We're called to love one another. It can't be, I reject you as a person.
This country's been through so much. Its people has been through so much. Why can't we fix this?
Do we have issues we have to deal with? Yes, we do. But we're not going to be able to deal with them if we're fighting and yelling at each other and not listening.
Yeah, she has an accent. Oh, gosh, she dressed funny. But we're talking the same thing. Mm-hmm. We're all concerned about our children, concerned about the world we live in.
A lot of people wouldn't even think we should be here talking to each other, but I'm sorry, I disagree.
Year after year, we continue to serve new neighbors across our state.
For over 40 years, our trust and wealth management services have grown our roots in Casper.
And now we're excited to have offices in 3 Wyoming cities.
We're here to help you achieve your financial goals
and provide the kind of service that you expect from a Wyoming business.
Because at Hilltop Bank, community means Wyoming.
Cowboy State Daily Radio, 9:43 with your buddy Bags. And real quick weather, isolated strong to severe thunderstorms this afternoon in some parts of the state, particularly between east of Cheyenne to Lusk, Wyoming. And drier and hotter today, and highs up near 90, 95 possibly. Higher country highs in the upper 70s and low 80s. Tonight we're looking at lows in the 40s in the high country and low 60s. Elsewhere, currently we have Torrington, Wyoming. You're 72 degrees. It is sunshine across the board, people. So Jackson, Wyoming, 48, 52. And Chugwater, Wyoming, 79 degrees. Bags, Wyoming, 63. Casper, you're at 68 and partly cloudy. In Cheyenne, 69. And Jackson, yeah, Jackson. Okay, it's a little cooler in Jackson, of course, a little higher country. Got this photo there, if you're able to see into the Zoom room here. It's my nephew, Braxton Stone, climbing up the ladder, getting into, I believe he said, an F-16. You look sharp. You look strong. You look
Thank
good.
You.
I could see you getting up there for real and turning the key and cranking it up one of these days.
You know, surprisingly, they don't actually have keys. You just got to know which buttons to press, and it'll turn on.
Uncle John is dumb as a rock. Hey, so I don't know if you saw the pictures, but speaking of aviation, did you see what I was doing last Monday?
No, what was that?
Hot air balloon. For the
Yes, I did see that.
Second time in my life. The guy that I did the first time in my life, this is total coincidence, was on the show in the 7 o'clock hour. And he was the guy that taught me how to skydive. You heard me telling the stories that I've done that. And of course I've told Deb, and sometimes I think Deb, anything that happened before her and I were together, which is married 37 years, together 38 or 39. And wow. I don't know if you believe some of my stories. Well, the good one is that Jim Christensen, who was on a skydiving team, competed all through the 80s and 90s, and we became friends. And next thing I know, he was pushing me out of an airplane the first time in Spearfish, South Dakota. So he was on the show. We talked about that. And the funny thing is, the first time I went with him, he jumped into a fair, like the county fair or something. We were up in a hot air balloon, and he had his parachute on, and we went up, and he was going to jump in. You see the parachute guys, the guys with the squares, the ones that can really fly. And he's just sitting there on the edge of the basket at some point. And at this point, I didn't see him skydive. We had just met. And we're going up in a hot air balloon. He told the pilot of the hot air balloon that I was the team photographer so that I could go for a ride. So he put a camera on my neck, and I'm going up, scared out of my wits. And he sits on the edge of the thing. And at some point, he looks down we're in a good spot. And he said, see you, Bags, and just over backwards out of the balloon basket. So that guy was on the show here today. I explained to him, I said, Jim, I don't know what's happened, but from the days that we were skydiving together, I have developed vertigo. And so this week going up in that hot air balloon was kind of a big deal. And trust me, there was an 11-year-old little girl in there with me and the pilot. And so it's probably a good thing she was there, because it made me, suck it up a little bit. And
yeah, if she's not freaking out, then
I shouldn't. Eventually I calmed down, and eventually it just became just joyous and beautiful. So I got, I'm flying before you, looks like. Just kidding.
Well, I'm not planning to jump out of my aircraft. If I'm jumping out of mine, there's something, something's gone really wrong.
Yeah, something has gone haywire. Pardon the pun, with the avionics expert. Okay, so what I teased going into the break, despite the positive trends, even the Defense Department recognizes the need and a plan to kind of maintain this momentum that the military has right now, including the Air Force. And do you know if specifically the Colorado Air National Guard's recruitment numbers are up or flat?
I believe they are. Yeah, I believe they are kind of across the board. I've been seeing a lot of recruits taking tours of the office. Even just yesterday, I had a guy looking at joining who was sitting in the office with me, asking questions and kind of checking the place out. It seems like it's a weekly occurrence. We have somebody coming in and doing what I did, a little over a year ago, getting a tour and asking questions and sort of getting an idea of what they might be potentially getting themselves into. I would say for sure, recruitment seems to be up across the board, even at the National Guard level.
You bet. Well, so they've said, does this sound like our government or what? A recruitment task force has been established to try and capitalize on this current surge in enlistments and develop more strategies for the future. So from what you've seen as a relatively new recruit, what do we need to do to attract even more recruits and maybe even more educated, top-notch, get those types of people to join the military? What's your thought on that?
Yeah, sure. So I think a big part of it is just communicating those benefits I mentioned earlier, right? The availabilities for the VA home loan, for free education, for free healthcare, making sure that folks are aware of, those benefits are available. And, in this day and age where those things are some of the most stressful financial burdens that people can have, the military can really do a lot for alleviating that.
And you touched on something too that is accurate. I have run into veterans that did not understand what they had access to and what those benefits were. And with the gentleman I work for here in, you might know Bruce Garber. He owns the Century 21 BHJ office here. I was with him when I watched him explain to a veteran what he has access to, and it was enlightening. Of course, I had to learn too. I was new to this business, but it was a little bit disconcerting that a veteran didn't know what he had access to. So I think marketing in a smart and creative way to make sure that every one of our servicemen and women and veterans know what they are, that they have access to.
Yeah, not just to, people looking to join, but people already in the service, making sure they understand, the things that they have access to. And I've noticed they've been doing a much better job of that, having just come out of training. A big portion of our training was sitting through briefings, explaining exactly what, the different benefits entail, what the GI Bill versus the post 9/11 GI Bill, how those work, how the TRICARE, health insurance, all that kind of stuff, VA loans. They're definitely emphasizing explaining that more, which I think is great, because that is a big reason that a lot of folks join, is just to take care of those stressful financial burdens.
Well, we just touched on it a little bit, but not much. And what I recognize as a surge in patriotism. So let's talk about that a little bit, because I know that at least with my son, a big part of it was that his childhood, and you've seen the pictures of him dressed up in his Army fatigues and so forth as a 7-year-old, right? But also when we visit him in North Carolina, when we were with him and he's having a barbecue and friends over or whatever, the guys that we meet, most of them, to be honest, are I think all of them are special forces. They're either Green Beret, Rangers. There's Delta is that all of that is at Fort Bragg. Fort Bragg is incredibly impressive.
It's a massive base.
Yeah, and so these guys, I don't know if they're the typical, but they are, and they do wear their patriotism on their sleeve, and I love seeing that. I'm patriotic almost to an obnoxious fault, and I still get weepy if it's done well at the national anthem. But if they screw it up, I also have my opinion on that too. But point being is that I do think, and my personal opinion is that there is a surge in patriotism, particularly and most importantly in your generation and maybe a little bit younger.
Absolutely. Yeah, I was going to mention that. I think it's obviously very popular nowadays in sort of the public sphere to, sort of talk down about the United States or to be, not patriotic at all or something. But, I feel like that is just a very loud minority. I think most Americans are proud to be Americans. I think especially my generation, we've grown up seeing how amazing this country is, and we want to give back. We want to serve. I think part of it too is, transitioning from, this, the past, 20 years or so of war in the Middle East to this new near peer adversary. Whenever a new challenge arises, patriotic Americans rise to meet that challenge. And I think that's another big driver of why we see this high recruitment these days, is because, these new threats that are out there, they're serious, right? They're potentially existential. And I think you have a lot of young Americans that see that, recognize that, and want to do something about it. So I think that certainly also plays a part in the surge in recruitment that we're seeing. Also just, military leadership improving recently, refocusing on the mission, refocusing on the people and the personnel, because that's where it all starts from, right? If you don't have good people and personnel, you're not going to have a good military. So
less so on some of the social aspects that really permeated the military recently. That seems to be behind us a little bit more. It still goes on, I understand. This is Braxton Stone. This is my nephew, Braxton Stone. He has joined and did the oath and stood for the oath for the Colorado Air National Guard. And he's currently taking flying lessons and working avionics at Buckley Air Force Base in Colorado, in Denver, the Denver area. And I do want to touch a little bit, too, on your coordination. So I don't know a lot, honestly, about National Guard, that either Army or Air Force, okay? So do you coordinate together? So there's the Wyoming Air National Guard, Colorado Air National Guard. Is there ever a function where you guys are working together and you have exercises, and so it expands out, so it's a bigger force than just the Colorado Air National Guard?
Yeah, absolutely. So we will work with not only other Air National Guard units for training, right? Like our pilots will get together with other fighter squadrons in other states and train with them, but we'll also work with the larger Air Force in general, coordinating with doing training exercises, and even other branches. We've flown training missions with some Navy planes as of late that I've saw happen. And so there's, wherever there is an opportunity to train and to, especially in a joint sense with other types of aircraft, other branches, things like that, that is always, we're always working with other groups. And kind of the way the National Guard works specifically is I explain it as it's like the state level Air Force. So a lot of people don't realize every state in the entire country has its own Air Force and its own Army, right? You have the Army National Guard and the Air National Guard. And the primary mission is to serve the state, right? But of course, it can always be called upon by the president and by the larger national military in general to step in and fill a role where needed. So a big advantage of the National Guard is you get to pick a state and you get to live in that state for your entire career if you want to. You don't have to move every couple of years, and you have a choice over where you're stationed, unlike the national military level, right? If you were to just join the Air Force or the Army as most people know it. So that was a big reason I joined the Colorado Air National Guards, because I knew I wanted to be in Colorado long term. I didn't want to be told, hey, you got to go move to middle of nowhere and you don't have a choice. So the National Guard provides some stability, especially for someone that's looking to put down roots and start a family here soon. And also, gives me a chance to serve this great state and the country as a whole at the same time.
Well, hey, Braxton, we're pretty much out of time here. But before we go, really quickly, what's the future hold for you? What do you think here in the short term?
Yeah, so continue working on my private pilot's license, hoping to get that accomplished by the end of the year, and then eventually getting picked up to become a fighter pilot for the 120th Fighter Squadron here out of Buckley Spaceport Base.
Right on. I'm very proud of you. I'm going to put up a photo here. Give your Uncle John just a second here to find it. Okay, I like that one with you going up the stairs. But this is one of my favorite. Very proud of you both, your cousin Joseph, and you can't see it, but I can, and those who are streaming us can see it, and those who are listening can go to the archives at cowboystatedaily.com, and the whole show and all our shows are archived there at cowboystatedaily.com. Just bring the radio drop down, and you'll see a picture of me with my son Joseph in the middle and my nephew Braxton on the right, my two warriors smoking a victory cigar with their Uncle John, and very proud of both of you for your commitment and the young men that you two have turned out to be. Your cousin's getting married and your other cousin's going to be a dad. That's crazy talk. Would you do me a favor and hug on my niece, Peyton, when you see her? And congrats to Judy and Dave Stone for raising such a great young man. I love you, nephew, and thanks for coming on. And thanks to everybody who's been listening and or watching. You've been watching and or listening to Cowboy State Daily Radio with your buddy Bags. Thanks for tuning in.